What's happening, everybody? Welcome to the stream. Looks like I had some kind of a glitch right here at the beginning. I don't know what that was all about. But it looks like we've been chatting with Jose Ferrer. Welcome to the stream, buddy. And we got David Vera and Nick in here so far. Awesome. So how are you guys doing today? Hope everything's operating as it should. But anyway, I'm ready to jump back into this. Pretty excited to get this build going. Jose Ferrer asked me if I got a new stone. Now this is the one we had in the Trident build. We kind of set back up our Lazy Susan so we can easily rotate her on around there. But it's basically where I left off the last stream. I did get the bolt or the screw in that I needed right here, the M5x20, so that's been fixed. I did decide to go with I didn't want to use the the stock ender screen. It just was going to be sticking off the front of the printer so far. I was like, So I went ahead and ordered a one of these screens that you like. I got, yeah, the Big Tree Tech Mini. This is the 12864 LCD. This is the same thing I got on the Trident. Basically, I had a new subscriber. You missed the last stream, Jose. It's all right, buddy. No hard feelings towards it. Just, hey, you're here for this one, and that's all that matters. So I had a new subscriber come along, and he was saying he wanted to follow this build to a T, pretty much, in a nutshell. David Vera says he just printed the new tap RC8 version and got it installed on machine so far. Working on the next one. It's solid with M4 magnets with 4 magnets instead of 2. Yeah, so I've noticed a little bit of something happening with the tap inside the Trident, and it seems like whenever it goes down and it's probing the bed, sometimes I don't see the tap move up. And I'm wondering if it's kind of on the probe before that, if it's sticking whenever it probes and it comes up, if it's sticking, and whenever it comes down to and the bed's coming up to touch it, if it's kind of hanging a little bit. And it's causing for some weird issues and artifacts in the first layer lines. It's pretty frustrating. I figure I'll work through it. I might have to try that new version too, David. We'll get that printed up. But yeah, like I said, there was a subscriber. He just joined the channel, or joined the Poor Boy family, and he was saying that he wanted to do this mod to his Ender 3. And he was kind of wanting to get a breakdown of the parts that I'm going to be using for this build. And I really would like to give him a bill of materials, but it's kind of hard to find. There's not really a bill of materials out there. So basically, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to kind of go through a breakdown of the parts that you may need for this, and also show the viewer maybe where they could find all these STL files and some of the things that they may need for this. So let's see. I'm gonna switch over to let's see. I want to show right now the exact place where I'm getting where I got these STL files and what version I'm using for this. That way, if the viewer, somebody comes along and they say, hey, I want to follow this, they can. So let me pull this up right here, and I hope this transitions over, because it didn't transition earlier for some reason. I'm just kind of have a look and see. Got a little stream delay going on here. It's a little frustrating. Kind of waiting to see. I'm kind of watching oh yeah, alright, so it transitioned over really well. So basically what I'm looking at right here, this is the get. And this is the Dark Dog mod from the Git repository. And basically, I just went into Google and punched in Ender 3 Pro to Switchwire conversion, and this is the version 2 to Switchwire conversion release. Pretty much downloaded the whole code and printed off all the STLs that I felt like I needed. There's some that's going to be a little different. You know, if you wanted to go with IGUS or generic cable chains, it's in the STLs. You print the ones that you need, and pretty much just read all the change logs for the revisions and everything that they've done to it. I had let's see, I had Snapshot FPV asking me on the last stream, you know, what parts would I be using from the original Ender, and pretty much it's the frame and then the 310 millimeter extrusion that I cut, you know, for the x-gantry and the power supply unit, the heat bed assembly. You could use the original board if you wanted to. I'm not going to. I'm going to show it later on in the stream here as soon as I get through all this. You can use all the XYZ motors. I decided not to go with the original Creality motors because they just wasn't really matching up too well. So I'm going to show the motors that I got for this thing, and you know, all the cables that don't go through the cable chains, we're going to use some of those. We also use we're going to be using the end stops, and that's something that's not mentioned in here as well. I'm using the 4010 fan. I think that's what I actually placed in the Stealth Burner tool head. And then of course, you know, right here it says files. It says most of the printed part files needed for this conversion are included in this Git. You only need to get the Stealth Burner print files, and that's what I'm going to be putting on this build right here is the Stealth Burner. There isn't a bill of materials, and that's the frustrating part about this whole thing right here. So let's switch back over to the next scene, and hopefully I get over there to it smoothly. Everybody says I need a stream deck. Oh, new motors. Yeah, I wanted to go with the LDO motors because that's what I'm using on the actual on the tool head for the extruder. But I was looking at another pulley removal tool on Amazon because I busted the original one that I got. Hey, there's Easy Hack. He's keeping busy. All right. But anyway, I found these for a pretty good deal on Amazon. I think I got like 3 of them for $28. They look really nice. These are, again, I'm not sponsored by anybody, so, and I don't have an affiliate link or anything like that for Amazon. If you wanted to follow this build, you know, to a T of what I'm doing, or use your own parts, you can. But I'm gonna try these out. It's like $28 for 3 of them. They're U-Song Shine NEMA 17s. So, and we're gonna be needing one of these today first thing. So I'm gonna go ahead and get it out, and because I'm probably gonna need that for the Y assembly here in a little bit when we get into it. But yeah, I mean, they don't look like bad motors, and they're all the same color and everything like that. There's no, I was kind of thinking about taking something and doing my own little design on the back of it, but they look like they'll be okay. They're just stepper motors. But yeah, so we got that, and let's see, what else was I wanting to go through? Yeah, whenever it comes to the bill of materials, I'm kind of having to use the CAD to figure out everything that I need. I pretty much did buy, I bought the Trident fastener kit from KB3D. It has a lot of what I need and a lot of what I don't. Tried to put together a bill of materials of what I may need later on. I did buy some things that I didn't need. You don't need the M8 extrusion or the M8 screws that's in the original Switchwire. There's no M8s going in this. build right here in particular. You will need the MGN 12H 300 millimeter rails. You'll need 5 of those. And let me slide this thing right here out of the way, and I'm just going to get into we'll show some of the parts and things like that I'm going to be using in this build. So of course you guys have done seen I decided to go with this Big Tree Tech Mini 12864 LCD screen. Same thing that I used in the Trident build. I am going to be using the IGUS cable chains. I've printed the parts, and for those who may not know the difference between the IGUS and the generic cable chains, whenever you're 3D printing your parts to attach them, is IGUS cable chains have 2 holes, generics have 3. So we're using those. And as far as the electronics go, I'm going to be running the Big Tree Tech. These are the EZ2209s. Right here. So it's just kind of a little different stepper driver there than what I've seen other people use. Those are pretty neat. We're going to try those out. So I got 5 pieces in this little set right here, and they're just going to plug right into my board. And we also have the Big Tree Tech. This is the Big Tree Tech Manta E3 EZ. I'm going to test that thing out. And I guess Big Tree Tech has come out with a new version of their CB1, and something that I noticed about this one says EMMC. This is the version 1.1. This is my controller board that I'm going to be using. I kind of like the Big Tree Tech board in my Trident. It's working really well, and it's a whole lot cheaper than the Pi. Right now the Pis are going down in cost, and they're very tempting, but for right now the one's working really well in the Trident, and this seems to be a newer version. And one thing I did notice is that the Wi-Fi antenna is a whole lot bigger than the one that actually came with the first board that I bought. So we're going to try that one out, see how well it does. And we're going to use the Omron proximity sensor for the bed probe. Let's see. I got the Gates motion system, or belts and pulleys. This was through KB3D. I did order those. I'm not sponsored by KB3D, but I do enjoy ordering from them. I get my parts in a timely fashion, and they pretty much have mostly what I need, so I don't mind. I kind of like them. And plus, you know, Chris, he was a big help during the Trident build. Yeah. And he's pretty much got a customer for life for that move he made. We got the Bondtech extruder gear assemblies and stuff like that for the stealth burner. It looks cool. You're excited. Yeah, me too, David. I'm pretty excited to get this thing together. This is the 2-piece stealth burner PCB V4 tool head board for my tool head. And I've got the LDO NEMA 14 high temperature stepper motor. I don't think I really needed a high temperature motor because it's gonna this is the little pancake stepper, I guess you could say, for this is gonna be for my extruder. You know, I know a lot of you guys have seen this, but like I said, I got a couple guys who are wanting to follow along with the build. Reached out to me. I'm trying to get them as much information as I can because they said that they want to kind of follow along with it. This is something that they've been wanting to do as well. So I think that's pretty cool. Let's see what else I got. Oh yeah, and for the extruder, I'm going with the Dragonfly BMS. I think this is the 7 fin, and that was something I'd asked a question about When you go into the Stealth Burner toolhead files, and you have to print your mounts or whatnot for your toolhead assembly. There's two different ones in there. You got a BMS 6 and a BMS 7. This is a 7-fin, so I printed the 7-fin toolhead extruder mount. Let's see. I'm sure I've missed a lot of other things. They will kind of transpire later on in the build. And of course, you need I think this is like a 60-40 fan. This is going to be for my cooling, for my electronics. Let's get the printer back up here. And I hope I didn't miss anything. We couldn't get our printer feed on. One thing I did do in the last stream, or things I didn't do and did do that didn't need to happen. I put these end stops right here for the linear rails. I put them on upside down. I looked at them wrong in the CAD. Went back and looked later on after stream, realized they do go with the little slant facing down. So I put those on upside down in the first stream. Yeah, it happens. I do have the printer feet put on. I printed mine in TPU. I didn't buy them. They've been printed a long time ago, and on the last stream I'd stuck some M5 T-nuts inside of the the extrusion right here, and it didn't need it. Basically, this threads into this little, there it is hitting. It basically threads into this little 3D printed piece right here, into the plastic, so you don't really need those. And I was sitting there thinking I needed some M5 by 35 socket head screws, and I really didn't. I could have got away with the M5 by 30s, would have been just fine. You don't have to put the T-nuts inside there. Mine just threaded just fine into that. So, all that being said, and that was a mouthful, I'm ready to get along with the build process here. Nick, welcome to the stream, buddy. We got Easy Hack in here and David Vera. And that's all I see so far. I can't really see how many people's visiting our stream today, but welcome, guys, and I'm glad to have you all in here. Thank you for visiting. And let's see, where do I want to go? So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a look at the manual real quick. Let me pull that up. Easy Hack says nice. Yeah, I think it's going to be really nice. Let's see. Get that pulled up real quick, fellas. So basically what I'm looking at here is, this is going to be a little different because I'm not following exactly with the Switchwire. One thing I will say is I did order the deck panels from MN Laser Cutting. David, I do have a tracking number, but haven't shipped them out yet, so maybe they're just behind or whatever. I'm hoping to see those things come in really soon, because I hate to get too far along in this build and then wind up having to take things back apart to get those put on. It's going to be a little aggravating. So I think what I need to do is maybe go into CAD here, and let's see. I'm going to roll around here. Let's have a look. So right now, because this build's so much different than the actual Switchwire, I kind of need to just follow along with all this and see what all I'm going to have. It's actually funny. I probably got way too much going on here. on my computer. It's CAD's acting really weird. It's probably about to crash on me. Let me switch back to this. It's frustrating. Yeah, CAD's froze up on me. Hopefully my stream isn't. Got way too much going on. Alright, so now it's acting right. So I guess basically what I'm going to do is, I got way too much stuff open apparently between the open OBS and other things open and going on here. It's kind of making CAD act a little weird on my computer. Oh lordy. Alright, so I want to build out the motor assembly for the Y. And I'm just kind of viewing it in CAD right now and seeing what I need. I'm going to need some M5 by 16s. I'm going to need the 3D printed parts. I'm going to need a pulley, and I'm going to need some M3 by 40s. Is what it's telling me. 40s and 5 by 16s. And we got a couple that's going underneath here. M3 by 8s. All right. Hey, there's Colton Meredith. So Colton Meredith has been really trying to reach out to me. He sat down all day and put together a bill of materials for this. I've been trying like crazy to find your Git repository, and I can't get it. I can't find it. I don't know why. But how's it going, buddy? Welcome to the stream. I'm glad to have you in here with us. Colton Meredith, if you were looking for a bill of materials for this printer in particular, I'd say he'd probably be the man you'd want to talk to, because he spent all day making one for it. So, task manager and close some things out. Yeah, it was glitching out. So it might would help if I closed, maybe if I closed out the assembly manual and whatnot, David. I've got a lot of things open right now. I mean, the CPU, it's working a little hard, but not that bad. But anyway, what I say, M5 by 16s, button heads, and I kind of picked up just a little fastener kit. Even though I probably already have some in the Trident kit as well. I'll need some M3 by 8s. I have those, and I think it was M3 by 40s. Hope I have some of them in here, and of course, naturally, I can't see nothing. My wife says I mention it every stream. And I'm looking for M3 by 40 socket heads, capture screws, and right here they are. Thank the Lord I have them. Colton Meredith, make sure your GitHub is set to public and not private. Yeah. I mean, I don't know if it's for some reason I've searched through it and the Git, and I can't seem to find it, because per your permission, I would post a link maybe to your Git, so in my videos, so people can easily access the bill of materials if they would like to have it. Or basically, they're stuck watching 4 hours of my build streams and trying to figure out what they need, or if they're really wanting to, they can view the CAD themselves. All right, so we got us a motor right here, and we're going to need a pulley. So we're going to my little pulley systems here for this build. We got some pulleys there. It's a nice little package. I'll probably need some blue Loctite. Let me get at that real quick. A little bit of a blue thread locker. Don't use red, not unless you don't ever want it to come off again. And we need some parts. So I think the parts that we need for this are these two pieces right here that we 3D printed. It looks like it gets a couple heat set inserts. Yep. So we're gonna have to put a couple heat certs in right here, and just let me double check the CAD real quick. Let's see, now that I mentioned it, we haven't seen Mrs. Poor Boy in the chat in a while. She's hanging around. I'm sure she's lingering about. She's probably hanging around here somewhere. Let me see. All right, CAD. Going to the CAD. Let me try this again, guys. See if I can't pull up the CAD and share it with y'all. Alright, so CAD is open back up. We'll switch to scene 2. See if this works. It acts like it's going to work right now. I had to close a few things out. Had too much going on. Alright, so what was I looking at? I wanted to see, I think it gets a couple heat set inserts. Yeah, it's going to have to, because it gets these M3x8s. Right here in the bottom. So if I was to make, let's say we're going to highlight this, make it disappear. Yeah, I can see them right there. So yeah, we'll bring that back, highlight it, press the space bar, it comes back just like that. So let me switch back to my scene here. Oops, wrong buttons. All right, there we go. Oh, see, there she is. She's multitasking. So she made this awesome, I guess it's like a cobbler. She's wanting to make it for my dad. It's got Marciano cherries and pineapples. It's cooked in a crock pot. Pretty awesome. So let's pop a couple heat set inserts in here while we're here. We got Robo Duck. He's over here. See, he's advertising a little bit. Free advertising for Chris at KB3D. And let's get our Rapido soldering iron out. We're gonna put a couple heat set inserts in. No, this isn't a real Rapido soldering iron. It heats up fast like a Rapido though, fellas. I don't know if you can see that. What's that temperature climb? Let's set it. Boom. That's faster than a Rapido. It's pineapple upside down dump cake cooked in a crock pot. Yeah, and it's freaking delicious, man. I'm telling you, it is. It is freaking awesome. We loved it. And let me get my eyeballs back on. I kind of cut a few lights off in here. I noticed that I was getting a lot of stuff blown out. So when I was going back and reviewing my streams, I was seeing a lot of things were kind of blown out on the stream. Tried to move the microphone around because there's a lot of times I'm kind of away from my microphone, and I noticed that I may not be speaking loud enough, and you guys might have a hard time hearing me. So I tried to put the microphone in the direction that I'm usually facing. I'm going to put this one in right here, and that should be all it needs is 2 heat certs in the top right here. drop it on the floor. And we'll let RoboDuck hold our hot iron for us. And you basically just put these heat set inserts in right there. Smash them on down, make sure they're cool. You hear me good? Good deal. Good deal. Alright, so I guess for right now, maybe I want to go ahead and put my my pulley on here. Let me double check CAD again. I want to put it on in the correct orientation. Switch over. Let's go to FreeCAD. That's what I'm viewing all this in. Okay, I see it there. Good enough. One of these days I'm going to mess up and close out OBS on accident, clicking all around and all this mess. I hope not. I don't want to speak it into existence, but I kind of feel that coming. Alright, pulleys. Where's my pulleys? Right here they are. Looks like we get 2 grub screws maybe with each. I know they just put an extra one in this package. Alright. So we got some nice little pulleys here with an extra grub screw. You downloaded FreeCAD after seeing me use it last stream. So the very first CAD package that I'd ever used was FreeCAD. Now I do like using Onshape. It seems like it's a little bit more user friendly maybe. FreeCAD's not that bad. I've actually been able to design some things in FreeCAD and create a STL file and 3D print it. So I thought that was pretty cool. I'm gonna put this back in here so I don't lose my grub screw. Yeah, and there's a lot of people that actually, I've seen some really, really good stuff designed in FreeCAD. So the thing that I like about Onshape, and I like using it, is the fact that it oh, there's supposed to be 2 grub screws. What am I thinking, guys? I mean, what in the world am I thinking? You think this was my first day? You're learning Onshape now? Yeah, I like Onshape because it's not taking up any space on my computer. It's cloud based. The only problem with Onshape is unless you hold I guess your own little private license or whatever to it, anything you're designing, your creations are pretty much made public. And that if you wasn't wanting to, you just wanting to keep something top secret, I guess, that you were designing and creating, you probably wouldn't want that out there for just anybody to get a hold of. Let's see. Yeah, I want to get me I got my little hex wrench right here, or hex driver. It fits really good and solid on that. I don't want to use them ball-in socket wrenches on or them ball-in hex wrenches on this. So basically for right now, I'm just going to kind of just rough this in and put it in. Add a little bit of blue thread locker to this and get it going. And one thing that I've learned from using blue Loctite in the past on my drone stuff is that once you put it on there and it dries, it kind of stays with it a little bit. So, yeah. Put a little bit of blue thread locker on there. Yeah, and I mean, I like FreeCAD too, though. I mean, it's because it's a free CAD platform. And like I said, there's a lot of people that's out there that are more than happy to help show you how to use it. Right now, I'm just going to kind of leave this, like, I'm just going to snug it up enough, not really torque down on it yet. We're just getting them put in there. So I hope these are going to be really good motors. They showed a baby sleeping. Said they're super quiet, so we'll see. I think that has to do with your stepper drivers, mainly. It might have something to do with the motors, I don't know. I know blue Loctite, thread lockers, it can be pretty messy. And we'll get that threaded in there. And like I said, for right now, they're just kind of loosely laying in there. Wipe the excess off. This stuff usually takes a little while to cure out anyway. Alright, and let's see, this thing is mounting, yeah. Alright, so it's going to mount to the back of the frame with M5x16s through these holes. Just kind of looking, so I can already tell that I'm not going to be able to get that one M5x16 in there threaded in, so that tells me that I need to probably go ahead and put these in place on the back side of the frame here. So let me spin this thing around without banging my wall. You got used to this thread locker gel, it's much easier to work with. You make a dab of it and roll the screws in it. I seen I think it was Build It Basement using a blue thread locker that looked like it was like a gel or something of that nature. So yeah, this right here is just basically gonna go back here, real nice and neat, and we'll go ahead and get us some M5x16 button head screws. I think I got them out right here in this little kit. M5x16. We need 4 of them. Learn Blender. I've seen people talk about Blender. I haven't never messed with it, Easy Hack. Alright, so I got M5x16 button head screws out. And I'm going to get ink. I got that. This is the M3 ball in driver here. Get those put in. I can't wait to start getting these electronics put in here, and I'm really curious about the Omron proximity sensor and all that stuff. I think I'm going to just loosely thread these in for right now, not really snug them down yet until I get the M8s put in back here. And already dropping things. Already dropping stuff. So it's a really beautiful day right here in North Carolina. There's a light little breeze blowing, and when you sit out in the shade, it just feels really awesome. I don't know what the weather is like where everyone else is, but it's beautiful here. Just kind of leaving that loose for right now. putting in the M5 by 16s. So Colton, Meredith, are you have you started your build yet, or you just pretty much put together the bill of materials and ordering things and trying to decide on what you may or may not want to go with? I've already made a little mistake here. This thing right here kind of needs to be put together. So you slide it down in here. Yeah, that's not going to do it. I have to pull all this back out. Nice weather here in Portugal after a 5-day storm. So I was telling my wife, because, you know, Nuno's in here all the time, Jose, and he's talking about Portugal and everything. And just looking at, like, you know, video or pictures and stuff of Portugal, it looks absolutely beautiful there. That would be a place, if I was to go visit, I would probably want to check it out, see what it was all about. It looks really nice where you live. So not trying to force anything, just kind of getting some things started here. It's real easy to strip aluminum out, so if I feel something that don't feel right and it's kind of trying to bind on me, I'll back off until it goes in real smooth, because I know that things were bolted in and threaded into. Oops, sorry, my big fat head was in the way. Get PayPal and attach prepaid card. Even a old one with a low 20-cent balance can be added, and you can get it without a credit card. Be sure you don't get charged after 3 months. You're talking about for Blender, Easy Hack. So this is the part right here, and I don't think I have a M3 driver like this. It's gonna be fun trying to get in there, feed that in there. Maybe I can use this as a guide. My fingers are way too big to get in that. Your last name is Portuguese. Never been there, unfortunately. Let's see. Got something smaller in my fingers here. There we go. Had to kind of trick it a little bit. Yepers. Great course to learn Blender in a day. Wow, okay. Well, I've spent so much time with Onshape and playing around in FreeCAD. FreeCAD was kind of like getting me used to a CAD platform, and then I've come across Onshape, and I spent a lot of time with it designing my little drawing frame. This thing is it's trying to cross thread on me. I might have this one a little too tight. Ain't wanting to act right, fellas. Don't want to cross thread nothing. It ain't sure ain't lining up good. What's going on here? There we go. All right. Making me a little nervous when things get a little too tight. So I'm still going to leave these just a little bit loose, because I got 2 M3x8s going in the bottom right here. And that gets it pretty much solidly attached to the frame. Or the skirt piece anyway. I probably could have went about this a little differently, but I went ahead and built out the skirts and all that. You can, like I said, there's really not much of a guide when it comes to this, so I'm just kind of trying to follow the CAD as much as possible. So there's our M5x16s and our little plastic piece that we printed. That we printed. Let's see. Easy Hack says, drove me crazy, but now I'm always sculpting to pass time. It's I don't know why I got this crazy little heart thing right here in my way. I don't know how to make it disappear. I can't see all this. And it's crazy fun. I guess that's what she said there. Easy Hack, crazy fun. So we need 2 M3x8 socket head screws. And I've got more M3x8s than you shake a stick at. I'll slide this out here towards the end of my little. Let's see. Go ahead and kind of get a little bite on it. Find these heat set inserts. If I'm lucky. Yep, right there. Got lucky on the first one. Let's see if we can find a second. License, so I got mad with those guys. 100% open source blender. FreeCAD is a little hard for you. You was used to Fusion 360. Invested hundreds of hours learning Fusion, and then they cut the hobbyists. Yeah, that's so. Whenever I started getting into CAD, Jose, that was something that had just recently happened. Because I've heard a lot of people say a lot of good things about Fusion 360. It looks really good, and I think that's why a lot of people that use CAD seem to like the Onshape platform pretty well, because it's really close to Fusion 360. So if you're moving from that to Onshape, I think a lot of people was saying that was a what the devil's going on here? Was saying that was a good platform to go with. Fusion was a god, but you refused to pay. Alright, so we got those snugged up. I think I can go ahead and snug these on up here. Yep. Alright, so there that is. And now we need our M3x40s, and I think like with this right here, you want that piece kind of turned down like so, and just put this on the back right here. So let's find our M3x40s. There's not but 8 in this pack, but I think if I need any more, I do have some around here. And I imagine we're probably going to wind up going ahead and maybe putting the belts in here. So like I told you guys earlier on, some of these pieces were a little bit over extruded. Still gotta work on some settings in my yeah, I gotta work on some things in either in Cura or maybe a little bit more tuning for the Trident. So we're kind of basically threading into the plastic right now. It's right there. So this is going to take a little bit. Need one of those little electric screwdrivers. That would be really nice. Okay, I'm starting to feel it there. Come through. So David, when you building your Ender 3 switch wire, I think this is a really, really nice conversion for the Ender 3 from what I've seen so far. It seems like it's gonna look really, really good. It's really well thought out. Let's see. I think this one right here is gonna be the one I want. There we go. Something I can get a little bit better bite on. Little hex driver here. You wish you still had your Ender. So you'd definitely be building you one, huh, if you had it. I tell you what, just from what I'm looking at and where this thing is so far compared to what this printer was before I tore it all the way apart, I could tell I'm going to be highly, highly impressed with the finished product whenever it's all put together. I'm super excited about getting this thing built, and of course programming it with Clipper, and you know, after learning Clipper and messing with it with the Trident build and everything. I don't know why I hadn't done this a long, long time ago. And let's see here. I'm having a little trouble getting the thread started here. I'll loosen this one up some. Don't want to cross thread nothing. Don't want to cross thread nothing in these motors, that's for sure. This is going to be a little bit of a butt. There it goes. There it goes. So, just kind of try to leave everything a little loose for right now until I get all the screws put in place, because that could lead. You're excited to see how these motors perform? Yeah, me too. These things were, I think it was like 3 of them for 28 bucks. I mean, they were cheaper. It was cheaper to buy these motors off of Amazon, Yusong Shine or whatever. And the truth be told, you know, mostly all your NEMA 17 motors are coming from China. They probably all made about in the same blame factory somewhere and just rebranded. A lot of times you run into that with like the drone stuff. You know, you'll have a motor for a drone, you know, like a 2207, you know, motor that we'd use for drone and stuff like that, and it'll have one name on it, and then you go buy something from another company or a different name brand, but they're the exact same motor and they're made in the same factory. So I'm not saying that these are, but I don't know. I'm not in China. Now, like I said, I think I got 3 of them for $28. I think that's all there was. And you know, everybody in the 3D printing hobby pretty much knows that, you know, LDO, it seems like to me LDO is a pretty top quality motor. Everybody knows that here you get a good motor. But you do pay a little bit more for them. And you know, this being the poor boy channel, I'm always looking for a deal. So if these are going to work just as good and do what I need them to do, I don't mind saving a little bit of money. So something I've been doing the past couple days, I've kind of been playing around with, is the layer heights and print speeds and things like that. You know, I know like the Voron is the hot rod of 3D printers, and that's what I've heard. And yeah, that's secure. That's really tight. All right, good deal. So now we got to say the Y motor on there. I'm just kind of looking at the pulley, and it's definitely not centered. So let me go ahead and just try to eyeball this thing and get it centered up a little better. So I'm gonna break these grub screws loose here, just a little loose, and see if we can't adjust these, because pretty much the belt is gonna run right down this center line here, and I can kind of see my idler pulley up front there, and I'm just kind of looking down it, like looking down the sights of a gun, and eyeballing it. We'll get her close, and we'll do some final adjustments later on. And just kind of snugging them up right now. I'm not really putting the torque on them. You've got some U-Sung Shine and some Stepper Online motors. They all work great. Awesome, Jose. I'm glad I went with those. Yeah, and the motors that are in the for the gantry on my Trident, they're Stepper Online motors, and I don't have any issues with them. I think they're great. They're working just fine for me. So, man, I really wish I had those panels. Hopefully they'll get here this week. I don't know. Or this week coming up. So now, I suppose I could probably go ahead and put a belt this thing up. And I actually have some leftover belt from the Trident build. I wonder if that's going to be enough. Hacks Potato, what hot end will I be using? So I showed in the beginning of the stream, but for you Hacks Potato, I'll show you again. This is an all metal hot end. It's a Fadus all metal hot end. This is the 7-pin. It's got 7 coolant pins in it. Dragonfly BMS. Basically, this printer right here, I'm primarily going to be using it for just PLA or TPU or something like that. But I do have an all metal hot end, and they claim it can print up to 500C. So I don't know. I don't think I'm going to be getting that hot. Hey, you just joined in? Okay, hey, no problem. Better late than never, my friend. Glad to have you here with us. Alright, so yeah, let me see. Gotta remember what I did with that old. I had some leftover Gates belts from the Trident build, and I think I'm gonna dig that out and see if that's gonna be long enough to go on my Y assembly here. I think it's going to be more than enough, actually. There's a lot of leftover belt. Let's see. It's going to be fun trying to belt this thing. Yeah, I got to fix this block so it'll quit hitting the wall. That's a solid hot end. You will notice it heats up slower than the Rapido though. That's alright. Let's see, how do I want to feed this thing through? I heard that this is a challenge right here. So, because it's got to go through here and then through the center extrusion. Yep. So, yeah, I heard it was, they have a new ceramic version you'd love to try. Yeah, I thought about going with the Rapido again, David, but a little bit cheaper. A little bit cheaper. What do you, this might be a pain in the butt right here, fellas. Getting this thing fed through here. Like this. Bend this little tip a little bit, maybe that'll help it. Am I gonna have to take something apart to get it through? That ain't really wanting to go too well. They have a new ceramic version you'd love to try. So I tried like crazy to work on my camera settings. On my on this main camera right here, y'all see my hands on. And I think I'm terrible at it. I look awful orange. There we go. Took a little convincing. I think it's good. We'll find out if it comes out the other end. It's going somewhere. So basically I just got to feed it through this inside extrusion. It's hanging on something in there. It's probably those screws. I may wind up having to feed it through the back side and take all this stuff off and get that fed through there. Yeah, that's probably what I'm going to have to do. It started to go. It started to, not unless I can be super smooth with it. Get it to go straight. Kind of going real easy. There's Snapshot FPV. What white ball hat is that camera set at? Balance, white balance. That's a good question. You know, I put a filter on the camera. Now let me concentrate here. Get to the screw point here. Why? It ain't coming out the end yet. Might have snapped on past it there. I think I might have done it, guys. Maybe. Or that, or I'm just jamming belt up in the extrusion. Feels like it's binding on something. Shoot. So it looks like to me, best thing to do for this is take all this apart here. So I got 2 screws underneath and 1 right here. That's what I'm going to do. And then bring it through. Yeah, I'm not sure, Snapshot. I can take a look real quick. White balance filters. I just have a color correction filter on it. I got gamma, contrast, brightness, saturation, hue shift, opacity. So there really isn't a white balance setting for the filter that I put on it. Maybe the brightness, brighten it up. No, that messes with it too much. Yeah, hey, you're not looking at a professional streamer here. So yeah, I'll probably mess with it in the middle of the stream and make it a lot worse. Turn the frame, let gravity help me. Yeah. You talking about let it fall through there? Alright, so, and it's got like two screws right here underneath. And we'll just go ahead and break those loose. And y'all probably wind up hearing the little T-nuts inside that I put in kind of slide around. I really don't want to bang this thing around too much. It's pretty square. This is going to be a pain in the butt, guys. I don't know if I want to do that or not. Yeah, because it's held on by two. It's held on by two M5x16s right here, this little front piece. But that's probably something that I am going to have to do. I mean, belting foam. Yeah, this just isn't a good way to do it right here, I don't think. I would have thought that because of it being a straight shot, that would have just fed through real nice. But I think what the problem is it's getting on down in there, maybe wiggling around and probably hitting on some of the mounting hardware that's where we shifted the frame forward. Kind of slowly trying to feed it through, hoping it'll stay straight, because I hate to take this thing all the way apart just to feed a belt through there. I'm afraid that may be what I have to do, and I don't want to. Feels like it's going a lot further. Maybe just bunching up inside the extrusion somewhere, which that would be a pain. See what you're saying, Snapshot. Just get it started and maybe just let the gravity help me out, because it seems like it gets about halfway and then it just wants to bind up. And I'm not really seeing it coming out the back side. Flip the frame like I had it. Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. Right there it is. Yeah, I got it to the end. I see it. Yep. Now I just got to get down in there and figure out how I'm going to grab that belt out of there. Yeah, it made it. Maybe I can get these little small tweezers in there and grab it. Nope. It's right there. I see it, fellas. I just don't want to go. I don't want gonna get a bite on it. Let's see. Let's stand her up a little bit. Don't want to yank the thing back out. It don't really flop around in there too well because the belt's so lightweight. Just imagine having to rebuild this thing whenever you have it all completely put together. That'd be a pain in the butt. Oh Lordy. I done lost my tweezers that quick. So basically what it's doing is it's bumping on the back side of this 3D printed part right here. I've got it all the way to the end, but it's just so deep in there that there's not anything to really be able to reach in there and grab it really good, get a bite on it. These tweezers, I can see I'm moving it around with the tweezers, but it just ain't quite getting a bite on it good enough for me to grab it and pull it up out of there. So I may wind up having to maybe take this motor back off and pull it. It's the only thing I can think of. It's really hard to see in there too. There we go. Look at that, fellas. I got a hold of it. I got it. It made it. There we go. We got her through. This is a pain in the butt. I know it was painful for y'all to watch. Very painful to watch. And it doesn't really, I don't think it's binding on anything. It feels like it's pulling really nice and straight, so that's good. And I guess this thing kind of just comes under here. We'll have to loosen those little belt attachment pieces there. I think that's we put in the M3 by 12s in there. I still got a lot of belt here. I might have enough belt left over to do one of my either X or Z motors. So we'll break this loose right here. Guys, I tell you what, these ball end wrenches right here, they're absolutely essential for this stuff. That's something I'm learning here for sure, because you got some really tight areas that you're gonna have to get into. Yeah, baby. Might as well go ahead and pop that all the way out. We don't give up too easy, David. We're not gonna let some little bitty Gates belt defeat us. No, sir. Let's see. Little tweezers. These little tweezers are absolutely essential for the process too. And a good pair of eyeballs would probably be very helpful. Yeah, I'm gonna have to loosen it up some more. Yes, it's just like the Trident build. It's really hard not to get in here, you know, on the weekdays after I come home from work and just, you know, crank it, get back here and just get after it, you know. I like sharing this with some of you guys. You guys hang out and spend a lot of time in here with me, and it helped me with a lot of things too as well. And I really like sharing it with you guys, and the little bit of banter we have back and forth. There we go. So we got that little piece pulled through, and I'm just going to give myself plenty of extra to play with here in a little bit, because I got a lot of belt here. And I'm just going to snug this on down for right now. We'll do some adjusting later on. I may just go ahead and bite this one on down really tight, and then I can just pull one of them tight off the front idler here. And then, of course, I have some tensioning left on the tensioner pulley as well. So I think I'll just go ahead and snug this one on down. One of the things that Steve had suggested in his Ender Switchwire build to, I think it was Dark Dog or some of whoever was messing around with the Ender 3 conversion, was these little relief cuts that are in the top of this little piece that I'm tightening down and locking in my belt with. Sorry, put your plate on the keyboard. But there's little relief cuts here, so like whenever I go to put the bed on, the belt, I can have some spare belt just kind of laying right here underneath my bed, which is really cool. It kind of allows for being able to tighten it up later on after it gets broke in, and maybe some stretching occurs and whatnot. So basically all I'm doing right now is I'm gonna go ahead and snug this one on down, and then we'll pull it somewhat tight from the front one here. This back one's being a pain in the butt because it's I got this motor and pulley back here behind me. Alright, so that's pretty tight. And there's our spare belt. Let's pull a little extra through here. Let's get it. Oh yeah, it looks like it's going to do just fine. And I'm just going to say I need about that much. Let's see, we don't want to do that. Be smart about it, fellas. About to mess up. Yeah, that'll be good right there. I'm just going to clip this a little bit off. Let's get this out of the way. Like I said, I believe I got enough belt here to maybe even belt one of the other motors without having to break into the new stuff that I bought for this one. Don't want to yank that belt back through there. That wouldn't be fun. There we go. Sorry, put your plate on the keyboard. I hear you. Snapshot, you flying any drones today, buddy? I just 3D printed my my design in the Polymaker Tough PLA, and I'm fixing to probably do a video here in a little bit or later on about this little drone that I have, and maybe do a little bit more flight footage. But I really like that Polymaker Tough PLA, and because I already had it loaded up in the Trident, I actually 3D printed this front piece right here out of it. I mean, it doesn't need to be, it doesn't have to resist any heat or anything like that. So, and it matches up with the Polymaker ABS really well, to be honest. It looks almost identical. You can't tell the difference. It looks the same without the odor. That would help if I wouldn't bind it up. There we go. And we got some belting here now. Oh yeah, everything looks good. So tighten this thing on down a little bit. Not today, on call this weekend. Oh, okay, I hear you, buddy. On call. Yeah, I'm ready to get out and do a little bit of flying though. I'm just going to kind of pull it somewhat tight. We can do some tensioning later on if I need to. But that right there acts like it's working smooth. So now we got a motor, fellas. And just kind of button everything down. And I think I'm going to shorten these belts up just a little bit more, because the next step, let's see, I just want to be able to have enough to pull some tension on them. So we'll just cut those about right there. Cut this little excess off. That's enough for me to be able to grab a hold of. With some pliers or something like that. And they'll lay down in there. Fold in real nice. Alright, so there's that. Next thing I want to put on is this right here. And I'm just going to take a look at CAD. I'm pretty sure it gets some M5s. Yep. And there's our bed carriage assembly. So let me have a look. I think I've got some M5 hex nuts. It gets M5 screws. And I might even have to put a washer on this ginormous hole right here. Let me have a look in CAD real quick, and I'll switch you guys over to that too. CAD, scene 2, and basically what I want to do, oh, I'm zooming in way too much. So let's make this disappear, this disappear, that disappear, right here's where we're at. So I think what I'm going to use for my build plate standoffs in this little kit that I got for the Trident, I actually have 4, and they're M4, like they're thumb screws. I think they're going to work really good for the standoffs. So for right here, it calls for M5 by 16 button head screws, and of course underneath the build plate right here, you got these hex nuts that were going in there for that. So that's where we're at. We're gonna put that on, and that's what it shows in the Switchwire assembly as far as building this out. So we're kind of trying to follow along with that somewhat. So I said I needed some M5 by 16 button head capture screws, and I actually have some M5 hex nuts in this kit right here. So we'll just use those. Yep. M5 nuts, and we need 4 M5/16s. And let's switch. Oops. That was really smart. It didn't do it. So I didn't put the M5s in, the hex nuts, because I figured they'd probably just fall right out the bottom. And let's open these little packages up real quick and get these dumped out. They lined up everywhere. Yeah, may have to pull those through, convince them that they're going to come through this plastic here. I don't know yet. So the hex nuts. I have to stand up for this one, fellas. Uh-oh. May have my first problem. Major freaking problem. Major mistake. Oh, Lordy. Do not follow the poor boy channel. Oh no. So it looks like I'm not going to be able to get the hex nuts up in there. Nope. I am not. That means I'm going to have to break the belt back loose, break the carriages loose, and try to get the hex nuts in there. Major mistake, fellas. They'll never get in there. Uh-oh, yeah. Yep. Hey, these are the problems that you encounter. Like I said, there's really not... Yeah, they'll never get in there. I don't think. I don't think I'll get them in there. They got the bed so low to the rail here. I was worried about these falling out and was wanting to put them in later on. Maybe able to wiggle them in there. If I'm lucky. Need something smaller than my fingers. Yep. As over extruded as some of these parts. Oh yeah, we'll get it in there without them. It's gonna go. We don't have to take nothing loose. It's just gonna be a little bit of a pain in the butt. I left these out because I figured they'd just fall out on me. And I guess it would be smart to say, if you can get yours in and they stay in place before you put these on your build, that's probably what you should do. Because, or you struggle like me. It wants to go. My fingers are just way too fat for this. That's the problem. My fingers are way too fat, and I'm just gonna make it easier. I'm just gonna take it all back apart. Whatever I do, just don't crack any printed parts. I know that's right. Yeah, that would almost, but I know it's loose enough that, see, yeah, it's already, it's not tight enough. Which I probably wouldn't trust threading that into the plastic and leaving it anyway for the build place. So basically what I got to do, guys, is, yeah, major mistake, don't do this. I have to break all this back apart. Either that or I'm going to be fumbling all day and dropping hex nuts like crazy. Trying to feed these up in there like that. My fingers are way too big. I could probably get it if I had smaller fingers. But it just ain't going to let me do it. Yep. It's trying, but it just ain't going to do it. If you guys will excuse me for one moment, I'm going to take a quick little break here for a second. Be right back. Getting really warm in here. Hey, there's Nuno. Hello, welcome to the stream, Nuno. So, you just pulled up just in time for the, I guess you could say, the first mistake of the build. We get her all builded and everything, and I realized I left out the hex nuts, and there's such a small gap right here that, and my fingers are too fat. But they just don't want to feed that. They'll get up in there, but I can't get them turned at the right angle to get them just right. I really hate having to take all this stuff back apart, but it just looks like it's what I'm going to have to freaking do if I'm going to get them right, because I've done dropped one in the trash. There's no way to guide them in there really clean. It looks like I could probably get this side really good, which is kind of weird. Nah. That was not going to go. Yeah. Yeah, that's just... I'm just going to have to bite the bullet and take it all apart to get those in there right. So Nuno, if you missed the beginning of the stream, I kind of just showed the guys and give them a breakdown of the parts and everything that I'm going to be putting into this build, because I had mentioned I was going to do it on the last one, and I've never really got around to everything and showing everything off that's going to go into this build. God, I wish I could just put those in there without having to take all this apart. And that lime green is looking great. Turn the printer on its side. That makes too much sense, Jose. Maybe they'll fall in there like that. That's why I got you guys in here with me. Keep me straight. just that it's that wedge. It ain't wanting a wedge in there like it used to. Like I said, I'm just probably gonna have to bite the bullet and tear it all apart. Like David said, don't want to crack the plastic. It's the last thing I want to do. Be having to hurry up and 3D print some parts. Come on, baby. You trying. Nah, it's just not gonna happen, fellas. It's freaking annoying. Doing your V02 with light gray main parts and neon green accent part. I bet that's gonna look really good. Bet that's gonna look really good, Nuno. Alright, I've had enough wrestling with that and wasting time. Yeah, I'm not going to wrestle with it anymore. I'm not going to wrestle with it anymore. I'm just going to bite the bullet and do what I need to do. Sitting here being stupid. Dang it. Very, very frustrating. So maybe I could just break everything kind of loose, but leave it intact, just enough to where I can wiggle things around a little bit, maybe. That's the hope. So I guess these are some of the things that you'll probably encounter when trying to build. I'm going to kind of leave it loose, loosen everything up. That way I can kind of wiggle everything around a little bit. And then I'm going to place it on its side. Jose, maybe that'll just give me just enough wiggle room to be able to feed everything in like it needs to. Had it on hand and thought it would look nice. Also printed a deck panel and electronics panel in neon green. It's going to be flashy. Love the sound of it. Yeah, it sounds like it's going to be beautiful. Very, very nice. Can't wait to see pictures of it, Nuno. I know you got that Trident, when you ordered it, you got that thing put together pretty quick and it looks amazing. Alright, so we're setting her on her side again, and now we got a little bit of wiggle room to play with here. Maybe, just maybe, I can get these in now. And this was a step that was mentioned in the beginning that needed to be done prior to. And I didn't do it. Sorry about that, guys. What just happened here? Now it's all messed up. Are you serious? Oh boy. What happened here, fellas? Something messed up on me. I broke my stuff. Watch a disaster unfold, fellas. Come check out this disaster. Yeah, something's messed up. Oh, Lordy. How the devil did that happen? Sorry, guys. That was freaking bad. Fucking Alright. So basically what I'm struggling with is getting these hex nuts in there. Oh, the joy. Let's see, where am I at? Trying not to hit my head on my camera again. Breaking things loose. All the way loose. Taking them all the way apart so I can get hex nuts in. You can see why that camera is off color. Yeah, it's getting all the banging and stuff going on there. Yeah, it doesn't help it. That hadn't happened before. Alright, so there's that. Get that off there. I hate this. I hate doing this to it, but just as long as that belt don't run back through that channel, I'm alright. That's my biggest concern. I don't want that belt to run through that channel. That was such a pain in the butt to get in there. It looks like watch me try to get these hex nuts in here outside of the printer here now, and they still gonna want to fall out on me, and that would be aggravating. So we're breaking her all back down just so I can get this thing put together properly. How not to build a 3D printer, guys. How not to build a custom 3D printer. Alright, now we're free. I'm going to take it all the way off the carriage. Alright, what's holding me now? Thought I had it broke all the way loose. Dang, what the heck's going on here, fellas? That's loose. That's loose. That's loose. You know what, guys? I done did it again. No, that's the right size. This isn't making much sense to me. What am I doing wrong here? It's like something's holding it on. Oh, I know what it is. So basically, I got to get these hex nuts out of here, or this carriage isn't coming off. It's kind of locked into place right now. So Nuno, I forgot to, or I didn't forget to, I intentionally left them out, which was a major mistake on my part. I shouldn't have done it. Or maybe I should have, I don't know, we're fixing to find out. I left the hex nuts out. Let's see, let me spin around here. There's M5 hex nuts that go right here in the bottom. And basically this stuff is so tight up in here that you really, with these fat sausage fingers, I can't feed them in there and get them square. I left them out because I figured they'd just fall out as I was putting it together the other week. And as of right now, and because these are stainless, sometimes stainless can be magnetic. These aren't. They're not coming out. This is real stainless. So that being said, I got to get these hex nuts out of here, and it's got it locked in through the carriage up top as well. So once I get those hex nuts out, I'll be able to pick up on it and pull it out. Or not the hex nuts, but the screws, the M8 screws. I'll be able to pull this carriage assembly off and get the hex nuts put in. Hopefully they'll stay in place. If they don't, I'm just going to go ahead and feed the M3 or M5 by 16 through and hold them in there until I can get it all put back together. That's the plan. It's turned out to be a little bit of a nightmare. Sorry guys. Unexpected thing happening here. So there's one. I'm losing screws left and right. 2. There's 3. And I got to do this on the other side as well. It's all a part of the learning process for all. Yeah, it's a bummer. That's a big bummer. Big time bummer. Yeah. Yeah, that was a little unexpected there. I didn't expect that to jump up and bite me. It'll be alright though. We'll get her. And that one just doesn't want to come out. That's what's going to hold it there until I get it out. Which is very odd. There we go. Alright, so now it should just come right out. Look at that. Unbelievable. Alright. Let's see if we can get these in. Yeah, but it'll be put together. There's no guide or anything like that to really follow yet. So that was so tight, I wouldn't have never got that in. Those are so tight up in there. I wouldn't have never got them in like that. So this is a mistake on my part. I should have, well actually they're not as tight as what I thought it. But I don't want them falling out on me. So basically what I'm going to do in order to spare myself any pain. Hey, there's Doom 591. Welcome to the stream, buddy. You just missed one heck of a show here. We basically just had to tear apart work that I've already done. So I'm going to go ahead and pre-install those and the screws to hold them in place so they don't fall out on me. I'm going to get this put back together. I'm I have to do it on both sides. We're basically pre-installing our M5 hex nuts in our Y assembly gantry here. It's something I should have done earlier on, but see, they are kind of loose in there. They could fall out on you, so I didn't put them in. And that is not an M5 by 16. This has got to be M5 by 16s. Yeah, so basically I'm pre-installing these to save me some heartache down the road now. Went crazy with the other day and ordered carbon fiber gantry and aluminum AB motor mounts for the Trident. I hear you. Alright, so there's one side. Got it back together. And so basically how this goes together right here is you got this little opening and it kind of slots down in there like that. So it's locked in, and then when you put your M3 by 8s in the side right here to get it all put back together, it's held in place pretty good. It's not going anywhere, which I guess is a good deal. Just going to leave that loose for right now. And I'm pretty sure I lost, I think, what goes in here for the belts is an M3 by 12. I done lost one of them. I got one laying over here next to me. I have to put those back. That was a crap show, guys. Sorry about that. Unforeseen things. I thought I'd have been able to put them in later on, like whenever I got to this point, to be able to put that on. I'm glad I encountered it right now before I got too far. So I guess you could say it's a blessing and a curse at the same time, maybe. I don't know. Basically, just gonna kind of leave that a little loose there. Well, we'll go and snug it on down. It'll be fine. Yep, we'll snug her on down. Alright, so there's that side. And I just need to get this side off here. And it's going to be the same problem. Let's get that out of the way. And break these loose. Knock a freaking hole in my wall in here. Wow, I was hoping to be a whole lot further along than this. I'm wanting to get into the x-gantry. Go ahead and start getting that stuff together. Because I really, really don't want to. I don't want to get too involved in the motor assemblies until I have the panels. There goes another screw. So I'm gonna have to hunt down two. I think they're M3 by 12s. Got aluminum motor mounts, mostly just to cool the steppers for a bit. Yeah, those could fall out on me real easy. So I mean, I guess you could say it was smart to leave them out, but kind of dumb at the same time. Yeah, they could. Just a little light bump and they'd just fall right out of there. But it shot me in the foot because that linear rail's kind of getting in the way. But we're there now. Getting them put in. use the screw to hold the nut in place. Yeah, that's what I'm doing, Nuno. I'm sorry, Jose. Yeah, absolutely. You see, I got two up top here. It's gonna hold them, and at least until I get ready for it. Yeah, absolutely. So there's that. Get this put back in. Are we having fun yet? Let's see, get it lined up there. And you just kind of loosely get that started. Oh, Lord of mercy. So, yeah, like I said, I was hoping to get to maybe the x-gantry assembly, kind of get that somewhat started. We were doing so good, moving right along, one step forward, two steps back. It's usually how it goes. And with this thing right here, I mean, there's really not an assembly guide to follow. I mean, you're just kind of on your own in the combat zone a little bit there, fellas. You know, you really don't. There's not really a good guide to follow. You can take a look at the CAD and whatnot. I've watched a few build videos, but they're kind of Steve builds is probably one of the better ones, because he's kind of like, he's done like I'm doing right here, is he's actually showing every little piece that's going into it. But this being a different version, it's probably somewhat similar to what he done. Alright, so let's see if we can get this thing belted again. Colton Meredith, how do I get my chamber above 60, Nuno Vicente? Alright, and I need one of these. And this is the cool part about this, is how these little carriages, I guess it kind of keeps you from binding on your binding your linear rails up here. This was a suggestion that Steve had done, I think, and he did show this in his build process. I do remember seeing that, watching that on video. Struggling with these ball end wrenches on this though, that's for sure. Let's see, I need to bump that up just a smidgen. There we go. Get your screw started. We're almost back to where we were. You forgo the Nevermore, just the blowers. Alright, so now the belt still feels pretty good. Uh-oh. Yeah, that's good. It's good enough for me to get a bite on. Alright, I lost the 2 screws down here somewhere, so I'm probably going to have to just find some more. And I think those are M3 by 12s. I'm going to go just double check the gap real quick before I go too far. Look for here. Oh yeah, right. Y'all can't see it, but just checking it real fast. Yeah, M3 by 12. Socket head capture screws. And hopefully I won't need those later on somewhere else. M3 by 12s, I need 2 of them. Two M3 by 12s and a little belt retention piece. What a disaster, guys. Sorry about that. Knocked the camera off. Snapshot says, now I see why that camera's off color. Knock it silly with my headbutting my stuff. Yeah. It doesn't help with Snapshot. Definitely doesn't help it. So we got one started there. Let's get another one going. You're only familiar with ENDERWIRE and the bed fans, but similar ideas will achieve similar results. It's becoming very popular. Bad name though. So I really don't want to get this too tight. I want to get my belt balanced back out a little bit better here. And something's acting stupid. Of course. Of course it is. Come on, baby. I don't understand what's happening here, fellas. Trying to kind of feed a little bit of, give me a little bit of extra belt that I've got right here. There we go. That way they're evened out. That's what I'm after. I almost cut it too short. Something's trying to cross thread on me right here. Snapshot. You're getting a good laugh watching me struggle. I swear, it's like comedy hour over here. And it just ain't it ain't getting no better either. I think it's because I'm getting in such a big hurry to try to get back to where I was. feel like I'm behind the 8-ball now. Yeah, you know that ain't a good sound. Nature's Loctite. Ain't that what I heard on the last one? Nature's Loctite. Ain't nothing really bound, so belt's good and tight for right now. Snug this on down really good. Now we're just about back to where we started. There we go. Oh boy, what a disaster. Yeah, that feels good and smooth. I don't know how, but it does. Oh boy. Haha. Man, what a disaster. Everything's tightened back down. Yeah, it looks like I could probably do some adjusting on that back pulley back there. Maybe bring it out just a little bit. It ain't quite centered, so I'm gonna go ahead and do that while I'm looking at it. And it's fresh on my mind. And I'm fixing to have a bunch of screws in the floor. Yeah, let's get that squared away real quick. Basically what I want to do is make sure this back pulley right here is, the belt's gonna run center on it, so I'm going to loosen it up here and loosen it up here, and maybe just give it a little bump. Oop, that was too much. Bump it out just a little bit more. Watch the belt line itself up maybe. I don't really want it rubbing on the, try to get it as centered as I can. It looks pretty good there. So, I'm gonna, there we go. Snug it back down. That's where it's gonna live, fellas. I'm gonna leave it just like that. That looks good. And we do have a blue Loctite on these, so yep. Oh yeah, that looks good. Yep. Belt's running dead center. Awesome. The achievement, that's what counts. Yeah. We made it. So now I'll break these bolts right here, or these screws loose, and them M5 nuts fall out. It's not coming back apart again. I'm just gonna go ahead and tell you that. We're gonna make it work. All right, so where was I at with the, yeah, this right here. We wanted to get our bed carriage on here, and that's what I'm gonna do. Lord of mercy. Take our, these are M5 by 16s, button head capture screws. Go ahead and pull these out of the way. Yeah, they're not falling out. As long as I don't bang on it too hard, I think it's gonna be fine. And I'm going to put this, let's see, right on top here. So let's lay these little belts down in there. Hopefully I don't get nothing bound underneath it. They're going to lay down real pretty light for us. And I'm just gonna get it centered over these little holes. Oh yeah, there we go. Yeah, man. And basically, like, this is pretty much what it shows in the Switchwire manual. I'm kind of following it somewhat. Shows you kind of putting your bed carriage on. And this right here is where, whenever, with the old setup that I had with the dual linear rails on this particular the old build, the old Maker Development Group build, this was where I wound up with binding issues with dual linear rails on each side. Every time I go to tighten this part right here down, I wind up with some kind of binding going on. And I never was able to run dual Y linear rails on this printer. But now, I don't feel any binding at all, fellas. Which, to me, is a major success. Because I never liked having just one linear rail on one side. I'm actually able to tighten these on down. I don't know about you, but you're having fun. Well, I'm glad you're having fun, David. I was sweating bullets there for a minute. But we're back on track now. Yeah, I was sweating pretty good. I'm glad you're having fun. As long as y'all having fun, I'm having fun. So I'm going to snug this on down. And I'm going to see how it does. I'm not trying to get too crazy with it. Oh yeah. So, like I said, used to that's really smooth. With the old system that I had on here, it would get about middle ways and it would get really hard to push. You could just feel it binding. That right there is smooth. Super smooth. Awesome. I call that a success. That's a win right there for sure for me. Because now I have dual Y linear rails on this printer. And that was the whole intentions from the very beginning whenever I did a conversion. Now Hacks Potato was saying, you know, as thick as this assembly is right here, he would be tempted to do a tap on it. I think it's this build plate's the reason why they don't suggest using it. But one of the things that I am going to use, I think it's a pretty solid system as far as that goes. But even along with this little thin build plate here that comes with the Creality printer, I'm going to be putting some of the thumb screws that come with the Trident fastener kit up underneath there, and I think that's going to work really well. I mean, it's spring steel or rolled aluminum more than likely. It's really thin. It might be good, might not. I don't know, but everything looks like it's functioning good and smooth. The belt actually feels pretty tight. If I do need to tighten it later on, I can do that. But yeah, very nice. We're going at a grueling pace now. Oregon Trail reference. I hear you, buddy. Alright, where am I at in the build? Let me, I'm gonna open up the Switchwire manual real quick, fellas. I had it open earlier. So we basically got our Y assembly on. You know, right now it's calling for the deck panels before we put this on here. We don't have them. We got our end stop put on. That's good. And we got our Y carriage. So basically that's where we're at. We've got our skirts on now, looking good. Just kind of scrolling down and looking through this manual, and it's wanting us to build the Z motor mounts. So I'll show you guys what I'm looking at. Now this is where it starts to, this is where this build, I'm pretty sure, starts to really follow the Switchwire assembly manual, because these parts look very much the same. Let me see, we'll switch scenes right here. Let you guys have a look at this. Yeah, so we're going to need our pulleys, and we have those over here. And we're going to need the rest of our motors. We actually have a measurement right here to give us a rough idea. Need some M3x30s, socket head screws, and M3x40s, and we actually have those already out. Let me get my printed parts here for this. And I might just set this printer out of the way. Get back to my scene. Does it say level through the end travel? Put a level on it. Oh, I bet you this table isn't level. Anyway, so as far as what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna, whenever I put the x-gantry on here and I've got the bed on it, I'm gonna level my gantry to my bed. As long as I don't have any binding issues right here, I mean, it should be fine. Yeah, I want to get it all put together and then adjust accordingly through my my x-gantry. Yeah. All right. I'm gonna slide this frame out of the way. You can hear the M5 T-nuts that I didn't need to put in there kind of sliding around in that extrusion. So we got these parts right here, and we also need our little tensioners. So this is what we were looking for right here. We got these little tensioner pieces. I'm gonna have to put a heat set insert in the back side of that, and right there in that one. So we need these two pieces, and looking at them, so this is going to be, yeah, so that one is going to be the X motor. So your X is on your right, and this is going to be the Z. And if you look, see, we got some little indentations there. So we're going to get our motors assembled here. So we need two more motors. We're going to get X and Z assembled. So we'll be putting motors on there for that. It doesn't matter how long. Doesn't matter so long as it's the same front to back. I got you. All right. That, and I said we need some M3 by 30s. I know we have those. So I just seen them a while ago. M3 by 30. Yep. M3 by 30s. And we're going to pop a couple heat set inserts in these little parts here real quick, like. Yep, these sides right here. Alright, so robo duck. He's holding my iron up for me. He's still dancing on the street corner, flipping the sign around. And just bringing this up to temperature real quick. Pop a couple heat set inserts in and we're ready to roll. I love how quick this iron gets hot. I should invest in one of those heat set insert tools one of these days. He works 24/7. Yes, he does. He is a machine, bud. You can't stop the robo duck. He is a straight machine. He's definitely building his army up in here, guys. I'm getting a little nervous. He's got one heck of a little army in here. He is multiplying. Alright, so we got our heat set inserts in. I think that's all I need. And let's see, like I said, I think I needed, this is going to be for the Z motor. And they tell you to turn that sideways like that. So we're going to make that the Z motor. And we need a pulley assembly here. I'm just going to pull, I'm going to have a look at the manual real quick, guys. Just making sure I'm doing everything like I'm supposed to. So like I said, I'm kind of following along with the Switchwire manual at the moment. Right here it shows me taking one of these M3x40s. Yeah, we done the heat set insert. And it shows me just kind of threading that already in this piece, getting it ready. So kind of holding it like so. Just thread that 40 in there. Tight going. Get it started just like so. So there's that. And for the Z motor mount, let's see here. And I'm going to wind up needing blue Loctite again. Get that. Get one of these little grub screws out. Go ahead and get that ready on my my hex driver. And I'm just gonna set this up here for now. And it shows the pulley for the Z facing that direction, and it says a 15.3, so I can do a little measurement from the flat right here on top of the motor to right here. Maybe that'll get me in the ballpark of what I need. I'll probably wind up having to adjust it later on. I don't know. We'll see how close it gets me. Put a little bit of a thread locker on this jewel. Stuff always makes a mess every time I mess with it. I got it all over my fingers already. You Song Sing Motors, huh? Jose Ferreira says they're good. Says he hasn't had any issues. So I think be just fine. Oops. Catch up on the chat here. Hey, there's DVR. Hey man, how's it going, buddy? Welcome to the stream. Glad you're in here with me. RoboDuck works 24/7 for free, so I'm caught up with you guys. Alright, where's my here? Grub screw ready. A little bit of blue thread locker. About to get it off the outside where it's leaking like crazy now. I don't even have to open it anymore. Some blue thread locker on there. And let's see, this grub screw right here. And I'm just going to wipe the excess off. I ain't really tightening it all the way down at the moment. And let me get my calipers here. So how you been, DBR? We've been playing around. I know you mess around with CAD a little bit. We've been kind of playing around and talking about CAD and all that. That measurement one more time. That is a 15.3. So, set my calipers to 15.3. Lock them in. And pretty dang close there, fellas. Huh. Did I get that lucky? I mean, basically all I did was just line it up flush with the top of that motor shaft right there, and I come out with 15.3. So that's where I'm going to leave it for right now. We'll fix it later on if it needs it. Yeah, you wanted to get the thread locker paste, but haven't yet. Yeah, that's freaking liquid stuff. Is a freaking mess. All right, so I think what it's showing me to do is to go ahead and put this thing right here into place like so, and that's pretty much our belt tension. So we got it like that, and then we'll go ahead and attach this to the motor. Believe, let's see, yep, that's how it's going to set on the printer. So now we need some M3 by 30 socket head screws, and basically all we're doing right now is just building our Z motor assembly, and we're going to do the same thing for the the X. And of course, things are a little over extruded. You highly recommended the gel. Yeah. And so far, from what you guys that have been in my streams and watching and recommending and all this stuff like that, I highly recommend listening to the guys in the chat, because they're usually pretty much spot on whenever it comes to things that you may or may not need, things that make life a whole lot easier. So it's like the holes are just like right there on the verge of being just the right size. Just had a little bit, maybe just a little bit too much flow going on whenever I printed these. And like I was telling you guys in an earlier stream, let's see. So we might be coming up a little short on this one. Yeah, that's gonna do it. It's going to get enough to get a bite on the motor. I was wondering there for a minute. I was seemed to be threading for days there. Let's get a little bit out, get it started. Kind of fill that little hole there with it, using the screw as my guide. There we go. So that one's in. Oh boy. Actually, clear nail polish, honest, the same, cheaper than all. Hey. And I imagine it'll break free if you needed it to. Alright, so about got us a motor assembly built, fellas. Guys, oh, let's say it's a couple more M30s. Your daughter has a drawer full of nail polish, but you ended up buying 3 bottles of Loctite. So I don't know if Colton Meredith is still hanging out with us. I'm curious as to how in the world we can find his bill of materials to share with people, even still. Because I mean, it really would be nice to have that. I guess if you was there was a guy that had just recently subscribed to my channel, and he was asking me, you know, what all he needed. And I really couldn't tell him outright because I wasn't sure. Alright, and there's that. A lot of freaking screwing right here, fellas. That blame carpal tunnel's kicking in. Hands cramping up on me. Break into a sweat just freaking sitting there running a screw into the motor. That. That, nice and snug. That one nice and snug. And that. So there's our Z motor built out there. Ready to go. And I think that's like your tensioner assembly right there. And I think it's going to have me probably adjust this thing up as far as it'll go. So I'm just going to kind of loosen this. Maybe drop this down a all the way to the bottom. For now. Oh, sorry guys. Drop this all the way to the bottom like so. That way whenever I put it on the frame, I'll have full travel to be able to pull it down if I need to pull tension on it. That's what makes sense to me anyway. And we'll go ahead and build out this second one. Alright, M3 by 40. Electric screwdriver. Yeah, for real. You ain't kidding there, Jose. I mean, you are not kidding. Electric screwdriver would absolutely be my friend. So we're just going to get our M3 by 40. Next needed tool. Yeah. No kidding, guys. Y'all were spot on that one. You guys haven't steered me wrong in the past, that's for sure. I guess I could look a little bit more professional with some electric tools in here. Even with all the bobbling, bumbling and all that mess. Alright, so there's that, and I'm pretty sure, I'm just going to check the manual, but the other pulley gets flipped the other way for the X. Let's have a look at it real quick because I'm pretty sure it's going to have me build that. Okay, so the Z motor's built and it's telling me to go ahead and put that in place. I suppose I could. I'm just going to go ahead and build both the motors. 5.3 is going to be the offset for the pulley and it is reversed for the X. Z goes on the right and X goes on the left. So yeah. And 5 by 16 button head screws. And then we'll get into build bearing stacks for the idlers that go across the top. Pretty cool. Getting there, fellas. A little bit at a time. A little bit at a time. Slowly but surely. Yeah, let's go ahead and build this thing out since we got the stuff out here. This is going to be for our X motor. So, we got 6 of us in here. This one right here goes upside down, just like so. Just like that. And it says 5.3 from the flat right here to the flat up top on the pulley. And we'll add a little bit of blue Loctite. That's just leaking out of the end of the Loctite. Where's my flat? Looking for it. It's not loose. 5.3. So there's 10 millimeter difference between the two belts, huh? Right? 5.3. Come on now. Right there. Just keeps jumping right past it. These aren't very good calipers. This ain't gonna be dead on because I'm probably gonna wind up adjusting it anyway. That might be why I was struggling with it. so tight. I already had it tight. There we go. Alright. Just kind of giving it a look. Alright, need to bring it down just a little bit. Snug it back up. A little bit more. I believe that's going to be it right there, fellas. Yep, that's close enough for right now. Probably wind up having to adjust later on. Don't know. And that's that. Done with that. We need some Loctite. Oh boy. There we go. It either wants to come out all at one time or it don't want to come out at all. There's no happy medium. And we just snug that down for right now. Make a bunch of racket. I'm gonna wipe this extra Loctite off here. A little too much. Over extruding on the Loctite too, fellas. So it might be done with these calipers for today. Maybe. I don't know why else I would need them. And this is gonna set. First mistake. No, not the first. It's gonna be the second mistake of the day. No, we right. Never mind. Or am I? Over extreme Loctite yet. I think I messed up again, guys. I swear. Z motor mount. It goes on the right. Yep. I did. So basically I got the motor mounts backwards. It's just the pulleys. So basically I need to flip it around. The Z motor goes on the right. X goes on the left. Yep. I swear I did it again. Dinner time. See you guys later. Hey, thanks for joining the stream. Jose, you've been here with me the whole time. I appreciate having you here with me and watching me make mistake after mistake today. I swear. Yep, got the motors backwards. So basically all I need to do is flip the pulleys around. I'm going to go ahead and build this out and flip the pulleys. That'd be the easiest thing to do. But thanks for sitting in with us, and I hope we'll catch you next time, man. Have a good dinner. It's about time for me to have dinner too. I'm getting a little hungry myself. Yeah, guys. Can't believe I've done that. No, I can't. I can't believe it. I've been doing having all kinds of other mistakes happen today. I haven't really watched any Switchwire builds. Maybe that would have helped me out a little bit too. Other than Steve builds his Ender 3 conversion, and a little bit of like I said, I've been watching this one guy. his videos, Digital Dragon. You have make no mistakes, only advances in experience. I'm telling you. Yeah. Yep, advances in experience. But yeah, I've been watching this other fella. He's built a couple of them. But I think the thing that got me is you just click on his next part of his build and boom, he done moved along in the process a little bit further. But like I said, he mainly streams to Twitch, I think it is. He might upload his videos to YouTube. So I don't know if he was just doing the bulk of his build off camera, and then you'd come back and you'd see something new added and something done off stream. Maybe you would talk about it. But y'all are seeing these problems unfold live. And here we are back again to Purple Tunnel City. Oh, God. I'm just kind of threading these through till I feel them bump out a little bit. That way I can use them to line up to these holes whenever I put it on. Break out the D-Walt. Yeah. Get a little Dremel out. That'll run them in there. I don't know if I have any hex drivers for it though. That would work with it. Yeah, good point. There's snapshot FPV. It gets done quick. So I'm gonna go ahead and flip this. Since I got this apart, I'll go ahead and flip this pulley over. So basically, I'm building a Z again. Before I do that though, I am going to double check myself. I hate to do that, and I was right to begin with. Alright. Yeah, I had the wrong motor mounts. You big dummy! Yep, let me flip this around real fast like. Dang, he's even Loctite on the head of my nut driver there. And I remember the measurement, it was 15.3, so get that. Get that back out too. Double check that before I send it on home. When did I start this project? 3 weekends ago. I started tearing apart the old Ender 3 that I had. Well, it really, you couldn't say it was an Ender 3. It was actually a heavily modified Ender 3, but it was it had a lot of quirks and things about it that I didn't like, DVR, and it wasn't very reliable either. It have layer shifts sometimes. It just wasn't a very reliable printer, and sometimes you just kind of had to sit and babysit it a lot. And I really don't like that. I don't want to have to babysit it, so this was something that I wanted to do to this printer for a while. Okay, let's see. Let me bump this up just a little bit more, and so I started week before last weekend tearing it apart on live stream. We bombed it live. I had Nuno and Jose Ferreira in there with me, and you know, it was a pretty nice looking printer. It was pretty beefy, but at the same time, like I said, it wasn't very reliable. It had all kinds of little quirks and issues and things, so basically we're going to try to take something that was pretty good and make it better, or make it worse. Who knows? Alright, so now that's flipped around. Kind of start to ease it a little bit here. A couple little threads to get them bit down in there in the motor, get it started. Saffron Sun, yeah. You big dummy. Yeah, old Red Fox. I know you know all about that, don't you, Snapshot? Old Red Fox. I'm sure quite a few of you do. I used to love to watch that show when I was younger. This guy I work with, we always pick on each other too throughout the day and make a mistake. You big dummy. All right. Let's see. What's going on here? There we go. And I'm going to adjust this on down a little bit. Full travel. May wind up having to bring it back up and get it put on the printer. Just kind of bringing it down, that way I got the full travel of the tensioner. And I want to go ahead, while it's on my brain, let's get this flipped back around, because this is our X motor. I can already tell that thread locker's kind of drying a little bit. The grub screws feel like they got a little tension on them. And we're just going to flip this around. Put the X motor in the proper place. And I could probably, could measure that 5.3. Let's see. There's that. Kind of playing with these calipers are being a pain today. Usually I'm pretty lucky with hitting the numbers there. Bump it up just a little bit. Yes, sir. Yeah, like I said, this right here is probably not that big of a deal, but because I wind up having to adjust it later on, I'm sure. Let's see, I think I went the wrong way with it anyway. Yeah, I did. Went the wrong way. Bump it down just a little bit more. Snapshot, you gonna convert your ender. Whoop, that was too far. I'm gonna wait to see how this one comes out. That looks good. 15.3. Alright, so now we got the motors corrected. So this is your X motor assembly, and this is your Z motor assembly. So I think I had it backwards earlier on, where I told Z's right, X is left motor on the printer, and I think we're fixing to get ready to put these on the printer. So we'll have all our motors on the printer, and then I just need the pulleys as well. I think something that I'm really concerned about though is getting too far along and not having those panels. And I want the panels to be on this top deck. Let's get our printer back up here. And these motors pretty much are going to set just like that on the side. And oh yeah, there's plenty of adjustment here in that. Yep. And I think I went the wrong way. Let's see. No, I went the right way with them. I'm gonna adjust it all the way up. Alright. So I think it called for M5 by 16s. I'll probably need. I do know. Let's see. Pop this out. I do know that, like right here on this conversion build. Let's see if I can get you on camera there. Really, the lighting kind of sucks right there. Let's see if I can help brighten it up a little bit. There we go. Alright, so I think they call for removing that, but I really don't like the idea of taking screws out of the frame, because whenever you put the T-nuts in here, one of them's going to hit. So I think what I'm going to use, I got some M5 hammerhead T-nuts, so I'm going to put one right here and put the roll-in T-nut behind it. I think that's the idea that I'm going to use for it. So we go ahead and get our motor setting right here on the sides, and I need some go ahead and check my manual real quick. So we got our motors built. Yeah. Yep, we're built. And it really doesn't. So in the Switchwire manual, it doesn't really show you putting any T-nuts or anything like that in the frame. But that's what we're going to use. If I can find them. M3, M5 roll-in T-nuts for the 2. Like I said, I'm gonna cheat it a little bit. I'm gonna do it a little different than what other people are doing, because I have some in here on hand. I'm gonna use some M5 hammerhead T-nuts. See, I got a mixture. I got M4 and M5 in here, so I got to find the right ones. pretty sure I got some M5s. Might stick them in a different bag. I've got to be the absolute worst when it comes to finding these freaking parts that I have. I know I have them though. These are the M3s. I have a bunch of them too. I know I do. But I don't know what I did with them. I'm pretty sure that those are the M4s. Yeah. Those are the M4. Unbelievable. Here we are again. Oh boy. You got to be kidding me, fellas. Why does this keep happening? It's like I put them somewhere different because I was saying to myself I wasn't going to use them. Oh well. I'm just going to use the M5 roll-in T-nuts. I'm just going to remove the screw. Missing a whole size of screw. Nah, it's the M5 hammerhead T-nut. I know I have a bunch of them. So for this build, David, it calls for these little roll-in T-nuts. But what you wind up running into, and I'll show you here in a second, is, let's see, basically where we're working right now is right down here on this side and getting these motors attached. So I have to use M5x16 socket or button head screws and these T-nuts. But what happens is there's not enough space in between these two right here, and you wind up, you can't get this motor all the way back far enough because the T-nut winds up bottoming out on that screw. They say take it out. I really didn't want to take it out. I was kind of wanting to try to leave it and put in a hammerhead T-nut there, and I have some in here. But that being said, if you look, you kind of wind up having to turn. You don't want your T-nuts, sticking out. I mean, it's just the OCD thing, I guess you could say. It'll be sticking out on this side and that side right there because it doesn't really, it's not going to lay in there where you can get it bolted in or screwed in together. So these just, I'll show you. Since these come out of this extrusion so easy. So if I've done them like that, I'm not able to get the screw on it. It's kind of hard for you guys to, I don't think I'll be able to get a screw on. We can try. We'll give it a shot. I think it still winds up bottoming out on that, but I'm not sure. I've watched other people's build videos when it comes to that part, and that's where they have a problem. Yeah, well, I ain't gonna say it was good thinking yet, because I mean it could be I'm overreacting a little bit and going off of. Oh yeah, wait. Let's see. What am I running into here? That's what it is. Yep. All right, here we go. So now I'm actually holding it in my hand and physically able to see what's going on. So this little clamp piece right here, it's going to interfere with that. So they have to be turned the other way. So you can't put them in like you normally would to kind of try to hide them behind the part. Come on. Anyway, you guys get the idea. So basically, we just remove one of these. No big deal. And that opens the door for the T-nut to be able to slide on through there. It's got 3 more holding it. Just for a good measure, we'll make sure the M's good and tight. And they are. Yeah. So that goes away. The other way, you see it sticking out. It's going to have to stick out. Like I said, this little spot right here is where we're going to run into a little bit of an issue. I wanted to use the hammerhead T-nut, but like I said, there's got to be space in between for that to go right there. That's where the interference comes in with the tensioner part, as far as this build goes. Might see it sticking out. Yeah, it's going to. It's going to stick out. But like I said, I think it's going to run into the. Seeing a T-nut sticking out isn't really that big of a bother to me. It might be a bother to other people. It's not really going to bother me that much. Basically, as long as it tensions and tightens. I think this thing right here kind of needs to slide up and butt up all the way to the frame. That's what's going to wind up happening I'm gonna adjust this screw right here on down a little bit. Alright, so that's the max travel there. Turn the second one around, might see it sticking out. Yeah, I got a feeling that, yeah, it will, David. It'll interfere, I do believe, with my little tensioner piece. So I'm just going to let it slide. Got it. Even turned around that way, I can see that T-nut would definitely interfere with that screw there. So there we go. We got us some motors on that side. Let's do the other. Is that bothering y'all that much, seeing that stick out a little bit? Don't bother me none. But we definitely got plenty of travel adjustment to tighten the belts up. I was a little concerned about that. I didn't think there was that much travel in it. I'll go ahead and tension these babies on down just a little bit, torque them down before I go busting things loose. Just get a little bit more tension out of them. And we'll take this one out. And put my roll-in T-nuts in backwards. And we need the M5 by 16. Doesn't bother you. If it doesn't bother you, it doesn't bother me. It doesn't really bother me at all. I am touched with just a little bit of OCD, but not that much. Just a light little touch of OCD, but not very much at all. Ain't got nothing bound up there. And give it a little slide all the way to the end of the run here. And just out of tension here somewhat. A little tensioner screw. And I'll snug it on down. Right there. And just kind of snug it up at the moment. So now we're ready to build out the top bearing stacks. We got motors on her, fellas. It's getting a little heavier too. Set this off to the side. We got some bearing stacks to build for the top. If it had been a snake, it'd have bit me. Alright. So I think that these go somewhat like so. We'll build a bearing stack on these. I'm just going to look at the cab really quick. Might be a problem. Parts don't want to fit together. Oh, there we go. Wrong one. This is the wrong one, you big dummy. Still don't really want to fit too well. Alright. Good Lord. Let me, I'm gonna go over here to the cab real fast. I just want to have a look at a peek at this, because I know this is a little bit different than the actual Switchwire bomb, but I do know that we are building, and here I'll switch you guys over to my scene. Yeah, so basically what I'm looking at is this right here, and just having a look at CAD. It shows them all the way out to the end. We got 2 bearing stacks on each side, and these are held into place by M5x40 socket head screws, 2 of them. Pretty cool. Alright, so we're going to build a bearing stack. We got motors, Dave. Now we just need an extruder, right? So, alright. Yeah. I got these backwards. These little parts right here turn down. Dang it. Yeah. These little parts right here. So this is the right side. Lord mercy. Yeah, poor boy definitely needs a stream deck, I guess. Yeah, those right there, that's going to be the right side. So that's going to turn down on the right. And this is your left hand side. And we need to set an M5x40 socket head screws. M5x40. Using that little kit right there. Don't need all the screws that are in it. That works pretty good too. Let's see, I think I switched those around. Did I do that right? Alright. Sorry guys. So we're going to build a bearing stack. That seems like an awful big screw right there. M5x40. I guess it'll work. Amazon, baby. You have the same kit. Yeah, Amazon. Absolutely. So we're going to need some motors and some shims. And I think I got some really good shims from we'll be getting out of this little Tensor 3D kit. It's kind of threading in. Like I said, I got some over extruded parts here, it looks like. Here's one way to home it out. Just sit there and do this. We'll strip it on out. There we go. How about that? Oh, you back? You done eating, left and come back, huh? I hear you. Well, welcome back, Jose. We're moving on to a bearing stack. That's one way to clear it out, huh? Alright. Let's find us some shims. We need some M5 spacers, shims, whatever, washers, M5 and 25. We got 25 of them right here. And we need some bearings. Got some of those over here. Basically, we're going to build us a bearing stack. And so these shims have a rough side and a smooth side. So the side is going to be touching the bearing. I'm going to leave that smooth. I'm going to put it down. Let's get the bearings out. And flange down, flange up, 2 shims, smooth side toward the bearing, another shim, and 2 more bearings, then another shim. Oh, going the wrong way. Flange down, flange up, and 1 shim. Smooth side there, and there we go. And now we have us a bearing stack. That's backwards. Somebody's trying to build something backwards here. I don't know who that is. I do build the inside out backwards printer according to Shawdell. I haven't seen him in a while. He's been really busy at work. We do miss him here. He did eat leftovers from lunch. It was quick. I hear you. So I got over extruded parts, guys. Bear with me. I guess this is why it's always good to check your work before you get too carried away sometimes. Maybe. And let's go ahead and run this one through. He banned himself, I know, ain't that something? He banned himself. Nah, he said, I seen him in, I think he was in 3D Canada stream the other night. And he's been working like crazy. I thought he was mad at me for a little bit. I don't know what I did to him. But nah, he's just been real busy. Yep. Alrighty, so there's one bearing stack ready to go. I'm trying to make sure I get this pulled together right. And I can already tell you guys that this is the wrong part. Just from what I'm looking at, the way it's lining up. So this one's supposed to be on this side. Yep. Got the wrong one over here. All the parts look the same, I swear, and there's a difference in them. And they have you print them, and it tells you left and right. Before I was to force anything together, I just wanted to make sure. Let's get this. This one goes over here. Alright, let's try her again. Yeah, that looks more like it. That looks more like it. hopefully we don't break no parts here. Pulling this together. I don't know if that's going to be enough to get a bite on a T-nut right there. The way that's sticking out. I think we all have done similar things during the build. Yeah. That's why I don't worry about sharing it and showing my embarrassments and flub ups. Because it is what it is. If everybody was perfect, that surprised me. Yeah, there we go. That looks right. Mess around and screw something up here. Alright, I'm not even sure that's gonna bite into any T-nuts on the printer, so I'm gonna get it back up here and just stick this on here real quick. Let's have a look at it. And we're working up here at the top now, fellas. We're right there. Need some M5 roll-in T-nuts. It almost makes me think that these button heads, they're not going to make it. And these are just going to go right up here at the top. Somewhere like so. Huh? Maybe they are. Awesome. Okay. I'll take that. Maybe. And that pretty much just slides out to the end right here, like so. Very nice. Yeah, I'll take that. Snugging everything down really good. The bearings are still rolling smooth. Yeah. Okay. I'll take it. Very nice. So there's one. We just got to do that again. Alright. Build us another bearing stack. So I think after I get this done right here, we're going to be on to probably the x-gantry assembly. Like how constant the Voron designs are across all models. For example, you know, the bearing stack order. They haven't built a switch wire. Yeah, that is pretty neat. And even like the pulleys, I'm noticing the motors are somewhat. Computer done something weird. I'm noticing that the motors are somewhat similar to a certain extent. You know, which is really interesting. Yep. Very, very nice. Let's see. Let's go ahead and do a bearing stack on that one. Now I should have some more bearings around here somewhere, because I'm gonna need two. Yeah, I'm gonna need two for the back pulley, or the key back assembly. And so that. Two bearings, two 2 bearings, flange down, flange up, 2 shims in between, flange down, and flange up, and 1 more shim, and there's our stack. How consistent the board, like Ford and Capri. Yeah, it's just different skin. Same car, just different skin there. Snapshot. Okay. Hey guys, so the wife is stepping out to take my stepson to work. I'm gonna step out real quick and tell him bye. I'll be right back. Hold your thoughts. All right, back again. I guess I lost a few, huh? Lost a few of my viewing audience. And let's put in our M5 T-nuts here. Up top. You think Steve Bills is doing a giveaway soon? They might be over there. Yeah. Oh, Steve Bills is on today? I thought he does Sundays. He must be doing something today too, huh? Back these out a little bit. Back these out just a hair. And get them to get a bite. Get my little plastic part right here lined up in the extrusion like it's supposed to be. Maybe. What the devil am I doing wrong? Oh yeah. Come on, baby. Get back in there. Get back in there, you. Yeah, he's building a trident with poo. Oh, yeah. I did see that, and I think I actually wanted a notification. I thought he was doing that at 4. That build stream. I might have been wrong. Gosh, come on now. Why aren't you lining up? Alright, so I got a bite on that one. There we go. Now I got it. Now I got a bite on them. Let's get them tightened down here. Bringing them all the way out to the end of the extrusion there. May have to adjust later on, but I think that's how it shows it in the CAD model. And we're just going to snug it on down there. Bearings are still spinning freely. It's good and tight. I'll take it. Very nice. Alright, so there's our idler pulleys. So I think that's why today, because he has guests. Pooch from Repcord. Pooch from Repcord. I'm gonna pull up the Switchwire assembly manual real quick. Have a look at it. Let's see where we're at in the build process. We got our motors on. We got our idlers on. Up top. Yeah, we're on to building the X assembly. Awesome. So I'm gonna set the build out of the way. It's starting to look like a printer. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, man, and it's starting to look, I'm liking it, man. I'm telling you. Let's see. See if I can give you a bigger, let's see. Maybe I can back this out a little bit. Do some play the camera angle here a little bit. Try to get it all in frame. There we go. Now we got a full frame view. Yeah, man. Yeah, we're gonna have us a printer here before too long. This right here is what's making me happy. This thing, I got dual linear rails on the Y now, and it feels solid. It's not binding, which is awesome. Just kind of looking at these. I mean, it looks like our pulleys right here, they're lining up perfect. Nice and squared, centered with the pulleys up top. So yeah, kind of just looking down. Yeah, everything looks like it's gonna line up really good. We'll see all that whenever we go belting it. Let's pull this out of the way. We're ready to build us a X assembly. So we need our extrusion that are cut down. I probably will need these shims here in a little bit. It looks smooth as butter. It is. What I was wanting to do with this is kind of hide these holes that were in the original X assembly here. So that's what I'm going to do, and I'm going to keep my clean sides up top and bottom. So we need this. We're going to need a linear rail. And we're going to need these right here, and we're going to probably wind up building bearing stacks on those. So most of the linear rails that I have for this build came from KB3D. I did have a couple. So now we're going to probably wind up needing some. Let's just have a look here real quick. I know I'm going to need some M3 by 8s. That, and we're probably going to need some M3 T-nuts, M3 roll-in T-nuts. Is that a KB3D brand rail for the X? Yeah, it is. Yep, sure is. Got his it's got his little logo on it too. Let's see. You can see that, David. Yeah, and it does have a couple other. It's got the KB3D branded rails for the it's got the KB3D. Can't even talk. It's got the KB3D branded rails for the Z travel as well. I did use the linear rails from the old build. I had some 350 millimeter rails. Let's see, we're gonna wind up needing these two, these little pieces. And set this right here. I think it gets 1, 2, I think it's like 6 total. 1, 2, 4, 6. Do that right? No. 2, 4. Yeah. And I love how easy these roll-in T-nuts go in these and these relieved extrusions here. I'm just going to go ahead and just roughly place these in. So what I'm probably going to do is I'm going to try to get as far as getting this this little assembly right here built, and I might call it on this string. Maybe get it put on the printer, and we'll probably call this string for right now. I don't know. We'll just see where we wind up, because I'm starting. After Jose Ferreira talking about he was getting hungry and eating dinner, it did something to me too. Made me start to get a little hungry. But I kind of want to get this thing as far along as I can, because I know I'm going to be itching to get back in here and build it. So I just want to see where I'm at in the switchwire manual. If you guys would like for me to share my screen with you, I will. So basically what it's showing me right now is building out the bearing stack for the XZ blocks. So I'm going to need some more bearings and shims. So I got to find my bearings. I'm missing some bearings around here somewhere. That was the open package I had. And I know I have all the bearings I need in here. Oh, right here they are. We got these rain and dew bearings from KB3D. So let's have a look, because I want to make sure I'm doing this correctly here. Yeah, those are good to go like that. Belongs over here on this side. This is going to belong on this side. So I'm just trying to get everything orientated in the right way. I'm going to need some M3 by 30 button head screws, M5 shims. So we need 4 M5 by 30s, and if I'm not mistaken, I think these are going to thread into plastic, so we're going to be real careful not to strip this. Yeah. Now it shows on the assembly manual for the switch wire, it shows a M5 by 10 button head screw going in. But it's not going to on this one, on the Feathers and PC. Jose Ferreira. But yeah, so basically, let's see. It's going to get, might have to look at the CAD, but it gets something a little different than the actual Voron switch wire. Let me get over here to the CAD and I'll show you. And let's switch the scene. Alright, so like right here, it gets pretty much the same assembly as a switch wire, but this screw right here that's going to go into the rail, it gets an M3 by 16, and I don't think I have any out. I need to find this one real quick. 3 by 12s. I don't have any in here. I know I have some. Just need 2. 3 by 16. You want to talk about something that's probably fixing to bother some people's OCD. Wait, you see me roll out these M316s right here. They ain't gonna match the rest of them. That's what I gotta have. Alright, so let me switch scenes again. And pull up my manual here. I want to build this out right. I don't want to mess this up. Alright. So we're looking at this piece right here, or this one. And we need this going into the back. That's what I want to do right there. See, I was about to make a mistake there, fellas, because it does, like I said, it does thread in the plastic. This one's a little bit different than the actual switch wire. So what I have, you see they got these little recesses in here. I'm going to build my bearing stack out on that. And this threads into the plastic, like so. So I'll get my bearing stack built, but I'll leave it somewhat loose, and then I'll slide it over the linear rail. It does something a little different. Let's see. Just kind of trying to look and see what we got going on here. Yep. Get the bearing stack over here. My bearings. Gotta get my bearings, fellas. I'm losing my bearings. And shims. Get you back up. I'll pull back up this so I can see the chat. And let's get a couple shims. Flying through the build at this point. Yeah. Trying to, David. I just want to get this thing back together. I want to see it do what it does. Hoping I don't make any mistakes. And to be honest, I mean, I know a lot of people, they don't like the crimping and all that stuff like that. But I'm pretty excited about it, to be honest. Getting to use the new tools and things. So flange down, flange up. Flange down. You south of North Carolina. We're North Carolina there, snapshot. That's why I put the North Carolina flag in the background. I even wear the state on my hat because whenever I first was chit-chatting with Richard in the streams, and he was trying to get some traffic over to the channel. He was telling people that I was from South Carolina. But I'm North Carolina. We're north. We're northerners over here. And we're gonna put a little shim on top there. And I'm just building out my bearing stacks. Yeah, we're North Carolina, not South. We're North Carolinians. North Carolinians, man. I love it. Love this state. Just kind of try to. Nope, that's the wrong piece. Oh, that's got to be the right piece. There we go. I was wondering what the devil I was doing wrong here. Alright. And I'm just going to kind of loosely, for right now, thread it into the plastic. I'm not going to tighten it all the way up because it is threading into plastic. And I'm going to have to get it mounted to the x-gantry here in a minute, so I kind of need to. It slides over the linear rail right there. It's like I said, it's a little different than the actual switch wire. I'm just going to kind of leave that a little loose. Just got it started. Do the same thing for this side right here. Don't want to strip nothing out, we are threading into plastic, so I got to be very careful. Just making sure I had my bearings in there right, stacks and all that, and shims. So yep, just kind of got it loosely started. It's not real tight, so I'll be able to play with that a little bit. So now we're going to get this thing right here. I'm just going to kind of loosely line up my T-nuts for right now. Roughly line them up. Get this thing set down over top. And we'll put our little alignment spacer in here. And I'm probably going to have to shift this thing around a little bit. Alright. You'd be willing to make the trip to fly with me if I'm game? Yeah. I mean, where are you from? I ain't been flying in a while either, and so, you know, I am a Part 107 pilot. I would love to fly. So I'm gonna leave this one out on the end right here until I get it adjusted about where I need it. I'll snug up. I think I'll snug the inside ones right here all the way out to the ends of the extrusions. This gets M3 by 8s. Flying with Snapshot FPV. I hear you, buddy. Where are you from, man? Are you close by North Carolina? So I'm just kind of going to get these started right here. I'm not going to tighten them down because I need to be able to slide it around a little bit. So I'm going to try to get the same amount of measurement off of both ends. So if this linear rail is 300 millimeters, and I got a 310 millimeter extrusion here. Should have about 5 millimeters sticking off both sides, which I think is roughly about the thickness of that right there. It's got a little lip on it too to be able to fit in the extrusion. That's what I'm thinking. I'm just going to get my calipers out real quick. I'm going to set them to 5 millimeters. And line it up like that. See how that does. Let's see how that does. I'm sure it's not cut exactly 5 millimeters. It definitely needs to slide that way a good bit. That looks pretty close there. Yep. Pretty dang good, fellas. Oop. little bit of wiggle room there. So what if I might have cut it at 311 by accident. So let's try 550. Might have left a little too much meat on the end of the extrusion. Let's just see. So there, it's not bottoming out. Still got a little bit of wiggle room. Maryland, yeah. Top Steel, all he knows. You, Mr. Steel, I hear you, buddy. Mr. Steel. I ain't watched him in a while. So I wonder if my extrusion might be just a touch too long here. Matching up. My eyeballs aren't matching up, guys. That's the problem. Alright, that's it right there. So, may run into a little bit of an issue. Yeah. I'm going to snug this down where it's at for right now. And let's get this thing slid on here. Tight fit, fellas. That's a very tight fit. I can see it. Might have to do a little cleanup inside here. That's pretty tight. Let me, I got a little diamond file here. I'm just going to kind of Mr. Steel. Just going to kind of file this, open it a little bit. Open this up a little bit more. I might have should have stuck this on and then built the bearing stack. That would have been the easiest thing to do. That's not how it's showing in the Switchwire manual. Like I said, there's not really a manual to follow. So, I mean, these are things that I'm kind of finding out as I go. Alright, let's see if this will do it now. Left everything kind of loose. Yeah, it's trying to go now. Still don't really want to. So now what? And I'm pretty sure I tested this on the linear rails. I think. Let me just pop this back piece off. Try something a little different here. Oops. Felt the shim fall out. So let me pull this little piece off. Yep. Alright. I gotta get my orientation right here. So I'm almost thinking that maybe, let's do this. I'm gonna rebuild the bearing stack. Take all that off. And we'll rebuild it on the frame. How about that? So I can see that it's not fitting. It's not fitting at all. It would never go. I'll wind up breaking apart. Because it's over extruded. Yep, that's what it is. Can't even force it on there. So, file work. Get the file out, fellas. This is what happens whenever you don't catch over extruding parts or whatever till you about got them all printed. Yep. Snapshot FPV, are you on Drone Nation at all? You ever get on that? You ever check it out? Improvise, adapt, and overcome. Absolutely. Yep. We're gonna make her work. One way or the other. Whether it wants to or not, it's going to. The thing I am a little concerned about is a little too much. It might get to it. A little bit too much of the extrusion sticking out on the ends. It seems like I might not have had it. I could have swore I measured it, but I might not have had it cut exactly correct. Dang, it's almost there. Just right there. Come on, man. Wind up breaking this part is what I'm gonna do. Then there'll be all kinds of butt hurt. It's right there. I don't remember. I could have swore I tested these out on the rails. It might, but this was it was a different rail though that I tested it out on. I didn't have as much trouble sliding it on. This was an unopened package. Might be just different tolerances on different rails, but it's definitely not wanting to play nice with me. So snapshot, this diamond file that I'm using right here, that came with the the alien frame. It was one of the Reverb. It came with some little diamond files. It might be of interest to you. I had built one of those. I'd followed Final Glide, his build. Run that. That was a great flying drone. Sold it for a pretty good price too. Built it. It done really good. Come on now. I swear I don't remember these being that tight. I had tried these before I got to this point, so I don't understand what's going on here. That doesn't really make a whole lot of sense to me. Alright, let's get our bearing stack built back and get our plastic piece put back on there. That one disappeared on me, right on the plate. You fly a Reverb? Yeah, I like my Reverb. When I had it, it was a good little flying drone. I mean, it was built all I don't want to put that on like that. Dang it. Yeah, it was a pretty solid little drone. Run all. Dang it, I did it again. Believe that, guys? Why would I do that? I want to smooth towards the bearings here. Alright. And this little piece right here. There we go. I'm just gonna just give it a couple little twists here. I gotta think I gotta put a M5 back here in the back. T-nut. And we're gonna pull it all together. I'm gonna check the cab real quick, fellas. Alright, so it's an M5 by 10. The back side, and they don't show any T-nuts in the cab. But yeah, it's M5 by 10. M5 roll in T-nuts. Yeah, I've got the TBS Source 1. I've got quite a few different ones. Call me Butterfingers today, guys, I swear. Things just really ain't been rolling along very smooth for this one. It's been a rough one. In fact, you need to buy another frame kit because you broke the top plate last summer. Alright, so there that is. Kind of trying to get everything lined up really good, guys, because it's looking a little funny to me right now. And I definitely don't want to strip these parts out because I am threading into plastic. Got a feeling I can create a problem for myself if I ain't careful. I hate to have to go back and re-3D print these parts, but I will if I have to. 'Cause I am not liking the way this is coming together at all. It's not very smooth. So if I do strip them, it might be a blessing in disguise. But it's definitely looking like we got some major issues right here, just from what I'm seeing. What arms did I fly? The 5-inch. Yeah. Yeah, like I said, I was following Final Glide Australia's build pretty much. Yeah, I was following Final Glides. He had a really nice reverb build that he had posted to YouTube, and I haven't seen I haven't seen him do anything in a long time with YouTube. I don't know if he just kind of stepped away or what. So that's not too bad. I'll take that, fellas. Now I just got to do that with the other side. Yeah. And really that black M3x16 doesn't stand out too bad because it got a black frame or a black piece right there. So it's not bad. Yep. So I can see where I've already filed on this one before. Maybe that's what it was. I test fitted one piece. I have to take all this right here apart. Butterfingers. I missed that one, David. Hello, Butterfingers. I've been here Butterfingers all daggum day today. I swear. Now let's just rebuild it all. Let's get this put in here. This piece right here is gonna fight me. I know it is. I can feel it already. I can feel it wants to fight me. Yep. It's kind of weird because, like I said, I'm pretty sure I tested all these out and I've done a little bit of light following. You follow that vid too? Yeah. Yeah, I imagine he had to do it a lot of sales whenever it comes to the reverb frame. And I don't really, I haven't watched a whole lot of the Rotor Riot videos and all that stuff in a long time. But I haven't seen him. I don't know if he just stepped away, just got out of it, or what. I haven't seen him in a while. Super cool guy. Final Glide, Australia. Improvise and overcome, ain't we, David? Adapt and overcome. Little diamond files come in handy. What am I building now, Jeff? Benny Brady, welcome to the stream. We are building a Voron Switchwire. I've took my Ender 3 Pro, and right now I'm building on the x-gantry. But we're taking the Ender 3 Pro that I had in here, and we're converting it over to a Voron Switchwire. Making an attempt at it. Right now, because somebody let their parts get over extruded, he is having a fit with this mess. We'll wind up breaking something here in a minute. I swear. Ender 3 no longer exists. It is not an Ender anymore. It is in fact it is going to be a Voron. 100%. Yeah. I just find it really weird that that freaking I wasn't that much over extruded, I don't think. Maybe I was. But yeah, you've met a couple of them. You met a couple of the Rotor Riot gang. I hear you, Snapshot. I used to like to watch old Ladria. I think he's kind of took over the Rotor Riot. Became a CEO or something like that. I don't really see him a whole lot anymore. I don't. Yeah, I'm filing away. Ender 3 will live on. That switchwire. Yeah, cool. You have a switchwire frame from LDO that you have to figure out how to build in some way. So this thing's completely different than the actual Ender switchwire, or I mean not Ender, but the actual switchwire. It's a lot different. I mean, it's going to be somewhat close right here where I'm at right now, I guess you could say. I don't know, there's differences in this too as well. This is the revision 2 of the Dark Dog mod that Steve Builds had done on a live stream. He had added his little touch to it. and they've created a revision 2 of this build right here in particular. For that last little bit, it just don't want to. Really don't want to quite go. It's almost there. Yeah, that'll work. Yep, that's good enough. Let's bearing stack her out, fellas. So basically what I'm doing is building the Voron bearing stack again. Yeah, I need to get them old drones out and fly them a little bit. I ain't done that in a while. Really like to do that. Been thinking a lot about it too. Alright. So I'm just going to kind of loosely get these started for right now. Put my M3 in here. It's an M3 by 12, I think that's what it called for, or 16. M3 by 16. Snug that on down. Snug the old bearing stack on down here. And let's get our M5 T-nut back here in the back of this and get that slid up in there and watch it slide right back out on me. And we're going to put our M5 by 10 back here in the back. I use buying parts for the Switchwire and V0 at the same time and lost track of what you actually have. I hear you. Yeah, you've had that V0 for a little bit. You've been needing to build, ain't you? Oh. Never mind, that was just a plastic popping in there. Thought it done broke something. Thought I broke something. Alright, let me get these tightened on down here a little bit more. Threading in the plastic. Trying to be careful not to strip nothing. Don't want to strip nothing out. Threading in the plastic. Very nice. I think that'll work, fellas. Alright. So now we have us an X-carriage built. Seems pretty smooth. I don't think I gotta worry about the belts rubbing into anything. I'm just gonna kind of go through here and just retouch on this linear rail right here, working from the inside out, just kind of making sure everything's good and smooth. threading on top of plastic like that. So, yeah, looks pretty good. You and Ladrib met Ladrib 2 times, and Vortex and Bot Grinder all at Flight Fest. I'd like to go check out that little thing that they do down in South Carolina here with this. So there's basically our x-gantry. It's not perfect, but I think it's going to work just fine. So let me look at I am referencing the Switchwire assembly manual, Benny Brady, but you have a purple B0. Let's see. Alright, so we got that built, that's built. Alright, yeah. So we're looking to basically get this thing attached to the frame, and then I'm gonna call the stream. I need some Z bearing blocks and some heat set inserts and M3x30 socket head screws and some M5x40 socket head screws. So, slide this out of the way. Get some M5x40s right there, and I said I needed some M3x30s socket heads. Okay. Yep. So we'll be getting this thing attached here pretty soon. Awesome. Very nice. Alright. So let's get some of this stuff right here. I don't think I need that. I may need these. Yeah, I will need these M5s. T-nuts. And I'm trying to lose stuff. I'm gonna lose stuff if I have my way. Stick these in here. I'll put it in the right place. Yeah, definitely Butterfingers today. Let's set these off to the side. We got the 2 bearings for the T-back switch whenever we get ready to put that in. Kind of clearing off the build area here to prepare for, we need this. This baby back up here, she's getting a little heavier, fellas. Yeah, I see what I gotta do. So yeah, we're getting ready to put us a gantry system on here, and like I was saying earlier, I'm probably gonna end the stream after that. Ben, you a little late, buddy. Glad to have you in here with us though. But we've been going for a while, and probably going to wind up calling it here before too long. So I need to look. I'm going to check the CAD real quick. Switch y'all over to this scene. So I'm in here in the CAD, and basically what I want to do is look and see how this is going to all come together. Alright. So right here's what I'm looking at and looking for. So yeah, I can see that this piece that I have right here is going to actually be on this side. Okay. And this piece right here on this side. Alright, just kind of trying to get an idea of how that's all going to come together. Alright, let's go back to seam. And I'm gonna need a total of 1, 2, 3, 4 heat set inserts. So we'll pop those babies in real quick. Robo Duck's still helping. Heat this bad boy up real quick. Pop us in a couple heat set inserts. I appreciate you stopping in with us today, Ben. I'm glad to have you in here with me. Anytime you feel like it, just come and stop in and check us out. We're usually out here on the weekends. Out here in the shop. Done turned into the printer zone. Still a little bit of the drone zone. It's becoming the printer zone here recently. That's ready to go. I think the key back will wind up going in there for that. Let's pop in a couple of heat set inserts back here. We're gonna have a gantry on here for too long, y'all. So I think that probably the next part of the process would be to build out the tool head, maybe, or no, we'd probably be getting it builded. Basically all I'm doing right now is just putting in the heat set inserts for the IGUS cable chains. And this is where I was talking about there'd probably be some different parts available, and I think this was one of them. This is one instance of them where this little part right here for the back, if you went with the generic, you probably have the 3-hole for the heat set inserts. We went with the IGUS. It's 2. There we have it. Ready to go. You just built out a new tool head for your 2.4 yesterday. Decided to change around the colors a bit. I hear you, man. Doing big things. Alright, so let's see. This right here. Like that. I said I needed the, I think it's going to get these, yeah, M3 by 30s. 4 of those. Yeah, this thing's coming together. We'll have us a Voron Switchwire before too long. Maybe it goes like that. About to put this on backwards, I think. I'm a little curious and wanting to double check. Yep. I was just about to stick it on there backwards. I was just about to put it on there backwards. So you got the heat set inserts right here. They're gonna go, it's gonna mount up just like I'm doing right here. So your print this little side right here with this little, yep, yeah, you got to have your key back insert going in there. So, yep. Changing the LEDs over to a new stealth burner cover is the most tedious part. So yeah, I'm putting a stealth burner on this, and of course you can put LEDs in a stealth burner, but I don't have any LEDs in here, and I'm not sure if I'm really going to mess around with them this time for this. I may just leave the LEDs off of it because there's really not much benefit of it for me, from what I can tell, even with the Trident, other than it's just the bling factor, I think. I wind up having to use a flashlight to kind of look at the part still. Anyway, I thought that'd been of a benefit, and they do help some on the Trident, but I still wind up using a flashlight so I can really see, you know. So that's kind of where I'm at with this one. Not 100% sure. Still been kind of tossing around that idea. I'm not sure if I want to do the LEDs or not on this. Not really sure, David. It's like it just wants to. It's the top part, I think, where I'm winding up having to thread these things in. It feels loose in there. I almost think it's the overhangs that's keeping the plastic from, or keeping the screws from just sliding through the plastic here. I'm just kind of getting them started. See, that one good. That one went right in. Huh. Nozzle LEDs are good for the first layer. Chamber LEDs are good for everything else. We need to get you some chamber lighting. Oh yeah. Yeah, you're correct on that one for sure, David. Some chamber lighting would be beneficial. Very much so. Come on now. Can't see what I'm doing here. I'm trying to see if I what am I doing wrong here? Say something's wrong, fellas. Not again. I'm just gonna kind of get them started, threading into the carriage. Now snug them all up. And just snug them down in a little star pattern. Not trying to get too stupid tight with them. Don't want to affect the carriage at all. Now we got this other side to deal with. Yeah, I hope those dead blame panels come next week. by next weekend. That way, maybe we can get some. See, look at that. Push that right through my finger. What the devil's going on here? Some of them go through fine, some of them don't. Who knows? For all your machines, you did a 24-volt cuttable LED strip that wired directly to the board. And there's a really good printable holder out there. That's weird. I was able to push those two through with my fingers, but these two right here is not going. I'm having to thread them in. It's really weird. That's really, really weird. Snapshot, if you're still in here, I was kind of just looking back up in the comments in the top, and yeah, it was them guys right there that really kind of got me in the FPV big time. Watching some of them, some of their videos. Vortex, Mock Grinder, Flight Fest, yeah, or what's the name of that? Not Flight Fest, them Flight Test. Yep. Alright, so let's get this thing right here, thread it up. The old kid's getting hungry over here, y'all. I'm kind of getting quiet because I'm sitting here thinking about my belly. I'm a little hungry. But we're about to have us a x-gantry on here. Everything seems really smooth. I'm gonna go ahead and get this thing attached. I think we're gonna need some M5 T-nuts. This is the beauty of the Lazy Susan, fellas. And 3 roll-in T-nuts. Let's see. I can't remember what size I needed for screws. Have a look back at my CAD here, and these are M5 by 40s. M5 by 40s. And we're going to need some M5 roll-in T-nuts. Did I set those off to the side? I thought I left those out here. Yeah, right there they are. Yep. I'm going to lay aside about 4 of them because that's what I'm going to need. Quick. Are these the same? Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. On 5 by 40s. through. Very nice. And let's put these roll-in T-nuts in here. T-nuts can be a little finicky. You pop in and out of these extrusions so easy, you can pop them out with your thumbs. This is a good thing. Maybe complaining about them being too loose or too tight to get in. Just can't make nobody happy. Okay. Just kind of having a look at the back side here. I'm kind of using this to eyeball, even though it is going on the front. Let's see. Just kind of looking to where this thing's going to set in space. And of course that T-nut's going to be right over one of them dead blame holes in the back of this extrusion. Of course it would. Yeah, I'm going to have to do something a little different. I think these two right here will be fine. These are over in one of those drilled holes. Not good. And that's probably going to create a problem for me. Maybe. Might create a little bit of a problem. Don't know yet. So right now I'm just going to kind of roughly line these up as best I can. Just kind of slide them in. And I'll adjust it here in a minute. Yep, I got to turn this around here. Pop one of these out and get it flipped around. Come on now. There we go. Ah. That's going to be a pain. Alright, I think we about got her lined up. Right now I'm just kind of loosely putting that in there. Trying to thread that in there. If it'll let me. Might help if I got the right size hex driver. And not thread nothing without the right size hex driver. Alright, so there's that one. Basically all I'm trying to do is just get them started threading. I'm not tightening nothing up. So now we'll spin it around here and just kind of center it up by eye. Oh, we got a x-gantry on here, fellas. Yeah, I mean, for doing it backwards and behind the frame, centered. Yeah. Right now it's just kind of hanging in space loose. I'm gonna have to tighten it up later on, but just kind of looking and judging. Yeah, that's pretty centered. Gantry, baby. Yeah. So I'm just gonna kind of lightly snug these up. I may wind up having to do something later on to get it squared up. Right now, it's pretty centered. So I'm gonna take that as a win. Snuggaroo. Yeah. Yeah, baby. We're about ready to belt this thing. Feels a little funny right there. We might just need some grease in here. Well, there we go, guys. We got us a gantry on here. Probably have to do a little bit of adjusting on it. What do they call it? De-racking it. It might be racked a little bit. See? It might be racked a little bit. Yeah. That right there. I don't know if I just need some grease in the... Yeah, man. So there it is, guys. That's as far as I was wanting to get today. So we got us a gantry on here. We got a bed assembly on here. That's nice and smooth. That was big time impressed. So then we got our motors. So we'll shoot a little bit of grease in this linear rail, see if that helps it out. That's bothering me. What I did with the grease the other day. Yep, I had it in here. I was greasing my screws. I was greasing the screws on the trident. Oh, right there it is. Shoot a little grease in here. I always grease the rails. Yeah, I didn't grease this one right here, David. The one that's on the X. I just grabbed it out of the pack, stuck it on there. Shoot a little jab of grease in it. See if that helps it out a little bit. I probably should have cleaned them really good. I know some people might would frown on me for not doing that. We'll shoot some grease in the rails. No big deal. Yeah, feels a little better. Yeah, it's looking good. Looking looking a lot better than what it did. Yeah, it feels a lot better. It's not hanging now. I don't think it is. Yeah. I think it's going to work just fine, fellas. Yep. Good deal. Do yourself a favor, use a level on the bed rails. Doesn't matter if it's level, just so it's the same front to back. You're level on the bed rails. You're talking about these rails right here. I'm not sure. Talking about the bed rails. Snapshot. Make sure they're level front to back. Is that what you're talking about? I'm a little confused. Yeah. Got a little sticking going on there, huh? Yeah. Okay. That made it worse. Oh, no, it didn't. There we go. Think about train rails if one is tilted versus the other. I got you. Well, I'm not exactly. I mean, if my table's not level, I'm kind of trying. I'm trying to follow you here on this and understand what you're trying to get me to do. Let's see. I got a level in here. If I find it, I know I do because I use a level to level my drones whenever I'm calibrating the accelerometer on the drones. I got a little small, like 6-inch torpedo like level. But I'm gonna try to pick up, try to follow what you're telling me. If I can find it. If I can find the level. There it is. Right in front of my face. That's usually about where everything is when I'm looking for it. So I got this little small torpedo level, and are you saying make sure they're both like the same level? I mean, I hate messing with it right now as smooth as it is, but I mean they're both looks like running downhill to me, and that probably have a lot to do with the table. I'm cutting the bubble a little bit. travel, it's the rail versus the right. Rail on Y travel, yes, exactly. So they're both following the same, I mean, they're both the same. Across. Oh, you saying like that? But I mean, I got a belt sitting there now. Would I measure on the frame? Measure down? Maybe. I'd have to take the belt loose. Bed mount. Oh. Like so. And then measure down to the rails. I see what you're saying. Yep. On the plate. Yeah, we don't have the build plate attached yet, but we'll take a look at this. Let's see. Oops, I zeroed it on accident. Compare, gotcha. Compare and contrast. About 1930 there, roughly. Oh, sorry, my head's all up these words. About the same, 1930. I measured, just took a spare move front and back. Exactly. Front and back. Check him out. It's about the same on both sides there. I mean, it's really close. I see what you're saying though, as far as that. And as many times as the nozzle crashed into this freaking bed right here on the old printer, it wouldn't surprise me one bit if it wasn't bent a little bit. Yeah, it's 18, 30. There's definitely a big difference there. About 1830, so there's exactly a millimeter difference. 1930 on the front, 1830 on the back. Yeah, that's what I was seeing. So, how would you adjust that out? Shim it, 1 millimeter shim on the bed right here. You don't need to measure, just see if the bubble moves front versus back. I mean, it's yeah, it all looks the same. Like I said, there's a millimeter difference from what I measured across here, from here down to the rails. I got 1930 on both sides here. At the back, it was 1830 in the back of the bed to the rails. So there's a millimeter difference. If it does, the rail are twisted, yes, that's it. Okay. Well, I would hope the rails aren't twisted. Could be where it could have happened where I cut this one short right here, but they're both the same. It's not binding. Seems smooth. Everything seems really smooth, guys. Yeah. I think it's gonna be fine. It's a whole lot smoother. Just need grease in it. Yeah. I think it's ready to go. It's okay. You haven't built one, but I would say as long as things look okay with the bubble when moving it, wouldn't worry about the 1 millimeter measure difference if things move smooth. Gotcha. Yeah, I mean the bubble just stayed at the back. I mean if that's what y'all were trying to get me to do. So it's like right there and it stays. Well, right now it's just kind of touching that first line in there. And move it back. And it's still, well, see, I got to move the bed. You see it. Like that. Yeah, it's the same. Like the back. I mean, yeah, both sides. Or we can do it like this. Let's see if that changes. Oh, it's steady. Yeah. Yeah, steady all the way through. As I would, but at this stage, better check now than later. Yeah, I got you. I mean, yeah, we're putting a little bit of money in this thing. I definitely don't want a hunk of junk, you know. I want it fixed. I want it nice. That was the whole purpose of tearing it all the way apart, was making something a little bit better and more reliable than what I had. So, I mean, yeah, absolutely. We'll check her out and make sure it's all good. But so far, I mean, here we go, guys. This is what I got. It's ready to go. We got us a bed plate, we got us some rails, motors. So I guess what's up next is probably going ahead and putting getting everything ready for the stealth burner assembly and all that stuff. So, and then getting it belted up. Hopefully by the next stream I'll have the panels in. that I ordered from. I did order them last Saturday, right after the stream, from MN Laser Cutting. I do have a shipping number, but they haven't shipped yet, so it being a specialty item, maybe that's why it's going to take a little while. I don't know. I've reached out to them, and hopefully they'll respond back. If they don't, then I'm going to probably not recommend them to anybody, and get my money back. But they do use PayPal, so I feel pretty confident that my money is secure. And like I said, I don't know who the company is or how big they are. It might just be somebody like me, your average working man who's kind of got his little side hustle going on, and he's got to find the time to get out there and cut them and melt them, and I'm good with that too. The panels will be nice. Yeah, I want the panels on here, that way everything, whenever I get to the electronics, everything's going to be enclosed. If I'm not getting them, which like I said, I paid for them, but if the guy's not going to fulfill the order, I'm not going to say he is or isn't. But if something happens and the order's not going to be fulfilled, well, then I'm going to have to start thinking about maybe 3D printing the parts, I suppose. But that's where we're at, guys. Hey, there's KB3D. You made a live? Well, you just caught me right here at the very end, buddy. I'm about ready to wrap it up. I've been going since 12 o'clock, so I appreciate you stepping in. Ah, yeah. Hey, we've been showing you off the whole stream, KB3D. We got your linear rail right here out front and center, and RoboDuck, he's kind of like the little street corner guy that dances around with the signs all the time. He's been dancing the whole stream, flipping the sign above his head and all those funny things that you see people doing with the sign. But yeah, we're moving right along with this 3D printer build. I'm hoping to get my panels for the top and bottom. Everything will be okay. Yeah, it will, Jose Ferreira. The Poor Boy channel, hop on Discord and contact the vendor through the Voron. Is he on the Voron Discord? MN Laser Cutting. Yeah, man. We hopefully we'll have us we'll be a little bit further along. Maybe next weekend we'll get out here and we'll do some more. Have us a tool head on here. Snap a photo on my phone. Something's got this freaking chat block here for you of RoboDuck. Oh, okay, I got you. Yeah, we'll snap a photo of him. He's holding the soldering iron for me too. We'll get you here. Here you go. The light's blowing him out. Let's fix him up. There you go. Yeah, man. He's the channel sign spinner. Yeah, that's it. Well, guys, I appreciate y'all sitting in here with me. I know it's probably been a long, boring stream at some points because of mishaps and things like that. But yeah, we're going to have us a fully functioning Voron Switchwire here before too long. And yeah, I'm pretty excited about it. And KB3D, maybe you can catch us on the next one. I'll probably try to get back out here maybe next Saturday sometime, probably about the same time. I appreciate all you guys sitting in here with me and all the help and advice y'all give me along the way. I hope y'all have a good rest of your weekend, and we'll catch you on the next one, fellas. Oops. Sorry about that, guys. Hey, y'all have a good night.